making her way to the G7. She's actually right now, she tweeted on an Air Canada commercial flight on her way to Calgary. And this is the first time she's going to get a one-on-one in-person meeting with the president. She's also going to want to likely include a discussion with Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, as we are heading into the renegotiation of USMCA. So trade deals certainly are going to be a hot topic here at the G7, whether or not those are officially bilateral meetings or on the sidelines of this G7.
Well, let's talk about one of the other hot topics probably on the agenda, and that is geopolitics. Of course, what is going on in the Middle East, and specifically what is going on with the Israel-Iran conflict. Coming into this G7 at the start of last week, you probably could have said it would be firmly focused on trade, but Anne-Marie, what does the conversation around the Middle East sound like out there?
Well, the conflict in the region is going to overshadow a lot of the conversations. It's probably going to be the first point of discussion for all these leaders when they meet. You have a number of leaders like Emmanuel Macron yesterday speaking before he headed to Canada, talking about the fact that he wants to see de-escalation. The president, though, has really left paths open. He talks about the fact that he wants a diplomatic route. He was sending his envoy, Steve Witkoff, to have these negotiations with the Iranians, but gave them a timeline. And then he didn't exactly tell the Israelis not to strike, but didn't say to do so. What he has said to ABC over the weekend was it was, quote, possible that the U.S. would get involved, but they're not involved right now. I saw you speaking earlier to one of our Middle East reporters, Dan, at the top of the program, and Dan is exactly right. The big question right now is whether or not the U.S. would get involved if it comes to one specific nuclear facility, and that's Fordo, that the nuclear site's buried deep into the mountains, and experts have long said that the Israelis just don't have those capabilities. The U.S. at the moment is helping Israel when it comes to defense, but a key question and likely to be discussed at the G7 is would they would ever take that step when it comes to an offensive front.
All right, Anne-Marie, plenty of important conversations happening out in Canada. We'll be checking in with you throughout the G7. That is Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Meanwhile, we're about 20 minutes away from the opening bell. Let's take a look at some of the big movers this morning, and a lot are coming from the health sector. You have Sage surging. That's after Supernus plans to acquire the neuro-focused drug maker. Shares up 35%. Totally different story for Sarepta this morning, downgraded after a second patient died during its gene therapy trial. That is worth a 40% drawdown in the pre-market, and the news breaking a little while ago that Sarepta will also suspend its 2025 revenue guidance after that patient death. On the good news front, let's end on an up note. You have Insight upgraded over at Stifel after strong trial data for its blood disorder treatment. Shares up about 5.5%, Matt Miller.
All right, interesting look at the healthcare sector there. We'll continue to keep track of all the individual stocks on the move for you. Coming up, Mark Zuckerberg is doubling down on Meta's AI strategy. We'll look at why investors like the idea of spending more and more and more and more money on AI. This is Open Interest.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine, some global leaders stay ahead.
This is now from Abbas Aslani, who joins us live from inside Tehran. He's a journalist and also a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. It is great to have you this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Paula, for having me.
If we could, just give me a general sense of what you're seeing in Tehran. What are people telling you? I've read reports that the ferocity of the attacks caught many people by surprise there on Friday.
Paula, after the initial shock that came on early Friday morning, Iran tried to recover, and we were seeing that the air defense, including in Tehran and other cities, were trying to actively engage with the hostile targets coming from the Israeli side, or those, let's say, drones flying over sky. And, the feeling this time, comparing to previous exchanges in the past between Iran and Israel, is a bit different. There's a sense of war going on between the two sides. The high-ranking officials are using the term war, not, just a limited conflict between the two sides. And that's why this situation is a bit more serious. And as of the latest round of attacks from the Israeli side yesterday, which targeted residential complexes and areas, some people in the capital city have been trying to avoid unnecessary commute, but they are doing their normal life. However, they somehow, it seemed that by yesterday attacks, Israel wanted to create a sense of fear and intimidate the population in order to, somehow create a kind of chaos. But government has been trying to handle the situation, and in terms of the power, electricity, or things like that, water, it's in the normal condition. And in the meantime, we have been seeing from the Iranian side that gradually they have been trying to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of their attacks against Israel. Specifically, last night they tried to use newer missiles and more missiles reportedly. And the Iranian officials, when they are talking, they have been not talking about a specific time for the end of this conflict, but the hint that this might continue in future. And if it continues, it will, become more crushing, and it will escalate into a, let's say, more complicated situation. And this indicates that, but why is that? Because when we are looking at the public in the country and in the capital city, we are seeing that this external threat coming from the Israeli side and this aggression has made different factions and different types of people to rally around the flag. And I was talking to even some people who are critical of the establishment and the government. They may not agree with the government on many issues, and they have been critical of the establishment, but all agree in one thing, that Iran needs to give a crushing response to Israel to establish a deterrence against any likely or potential attacks or aggression coming from the Israeli side, and let's say unity among different political factions as well as the ordinary people.
So, and we only have about a minute more of your time here, Abbas. So essentially what you're hearing from your perspective as a journalist, there does seem to be this widespread support among Iranians when it comes to that initial preemptive round of strikes that Iran launched on Israel, if I'm hearing you correct?
Yes, this has created a kind of unity among the public, supporting the Iranian defense forces and government to retaliate against Israel. And nobody's buying into Iran that, Benjamin Netanyahu is going after, Iran's nuclear program, because residential areas, as well as more than 90% of those victims of the attack have been civilians. And yesterday, many people, they saw there by their own eyes that, ordinary people were targeted. So that's why this has created a unity in the country. And following the what happened in Gaza, Israel does not have a good standing among the Iranian public. And this somehow, this recent aggression against Iran has, increased the level of unpopularity of Israel among Iranians. That's why we could say that the majority of the Iranian people are supporting that, response against Israel, and they are demanding for more crushing, response. One is that because they maybe hate the actions by Israel, but secondly, they want the Iranian side to establish a deterrence against any likely future attacks.
Israel's defense minister has vowed, quote, "The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon." Now, Israeli officials say at least 23 people have been killed since Iran's retaliation started. In Iran, at least 224 people have been killed by Israeli airstrikes since Friday, and that's according to the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vowing their strikes will become even more intense, and Iran's president says that the country's response will escalate as well.
Do you think your CPA is helping you save money on taxes? Think again. Most CPAs are tax preparers.
We will continue to intensify our operations and, in doing so, strengthen our security for years to come. Defending our home front is a critical component of this campaign.
We are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our powerful IRGC, and our dear people have shown, appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe. More innocent people may lose their lives.
CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, joining me live now from London. Nick, it's good to have you this morning. In your view here, where does President Trump fit into this as the escalation continues to grow? He seems to be both offering peace talks, but he also continues to back Israel. So where does this potential road for diplomacy land?
Yeah, I mean, it's been particularly opaque to work out exactly what the Trump administration wanted prior to this, and now it appears that they label these Israeli strikes as very successful, exactly what they think their future position may end up being here. But President Trump, over the past hours, has said that the Iranians are talking, suggested that perhaps there could be a deal here. And I think for the moment now, while it appears that, as far as we know publicly, the United States is not materially involved in these Israeli strikes, that they may be holding themselves out as a potential off-ramp for some kind of diplomatic de-escalation here. Now, clearly, there were suggestions overnight, too, that an Israeli thought to kill the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, may have been something that was vetoed by the United States. And so there are suggestions, potentially, that the Trump administration is maybe trying to have it both ways, suggest they have some sense of control or veto power over exactly what Israel does, while at the same time aren't necessarily trying to call all the moves here. So Trump, I think, trying to have it both ways. There may be voices around him that are indeed suggesting that as Israel continues to take a remarkable, a devastating toll, frankly, not just on Iran's military, but according to Iranian officials, on Iranian civilians as well, over 200 killed, that maybe at this point we're seeing Trump holding himself out as the mechanism through which Iran can suggest that it might want to come to a negotiating table here. It may already be perhaps approaching that particular idea. But it is tough for Tehran, given the damage done to their senior command here, given the damage done to their military, to potentially, from that position of weakness, try and find some kind of diplomatic end to this. And I'm sure Israel, too, as it continues to prosecute targets, over 250, as far as we know, just up until Sunday afternoon, inside of Iran, continues to look for weaknesses to exploit in Iran's military. For the sites from which these missiles are indeed launched will continue to degrade Iran's military. And so there may be less of an incentive in the immediate days ahead for Israel, particularly given the continued barrage from Iran against Israeli cities, which has killed 8 just overnight, for Israel to necessarily find an immediate off-ramp in diplomacy here. But we see this escalation day by day continue. The ultimate question, Polo, being exactly what the infantries in both sides are, the interceptors to stop Iranian missiles and indeed the Iranian missiles themselves, to this kind of pace of back and forth to be continued.
Yeah, in the last hour, I spoke to a professor and expert on Middle Eastern studies, offering a very sobering view, which is he sees no light at the end of the tunnel, which basically sounds very similar to what we're hearing right now. Nick, in your view, though, will there be a potential back and forth? You have the G7 that's playing out right now. Several of the nations involved were involved in the initial deal to limit Iran's nuclear capabilities. Does that perhaps offer a measure of hope that we'll see that diplomatic solution you mentioned?
I mean, it's an exceptionally different Iranian nuclear program. It seems that we're going to be seeing negotiations center around if those were to happen in the days ahead. They have sustained, it seems, some significant damage to some of their plants. We don't know at this point if that's impeded their enrichment programs. We obviously know that publicly Iran says it does not want a nuclear weapon. And so there'll have to, of course, be continued discussions about what parts of any program that indeed exists are still functional, that could be monitored. But I think we're into a new era in terms of that discussion because of the extent of the strikes that Israel has carried out, not just on the nuclear facilities we know about, but the nuclear brain trust, so to speak. So many Iranian nuclear scientists and experts killed as part of this too. So any time I think of future discussions will be in a very different climate, clearly where Israel is saying it has air superiority over to Iran. And indeed, if that is even half, fractionally the case, the damage they will be able to do to Iran's military, to their nuclear program, for whatever future means, it will have been extraordinary. And I'm sure at the moment now, Tehran is simply trying to assess exactly the extent of the damage.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We are live streaming on June 16th for the ones that are going to be seeing the replay. Markets are going to be opening up in about 6 minutes. There's going to be a lot of news that's coming out with the G7, obviously the issue between Israel and Iran and the oil markets. And I will tell you how I am navigating through these and where some of the resistance and support levels are on some assets here. So the equity futures for the S&P 500 is trading at 6,069. It's up 38 points. Oil is trading at 71.58 right now. It was trading as high as 77 very briefly in the Asian session, around 76, very briefly in the Asian session. And then it dropped down to 74 and then kind of hovered in the 73 handle range. So oil, like I said back on Thursday and Friday, that it's better to short it, not to long it. And that's what I'm doing. So we'll see, how that evolves. Now, the Euro USD is trading at 115 and the yen, Japanese yen is trading at 143.8. So there's, some risk in the international markets, obviously because of the Israeli-Iranian issue. VIX is trading at 1973. So it's not that, in terms of the VIX index, it's not that elevated. All right, so that's where we're at the moment. We're going to be opening up in about 6 minutes or so, maybe 5 minutes. Please go to my different channels and subscribe. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe and get the notifications. Share the links and ask your social media to follow me. I greatly appreciate it. All these videos I do are for free. If you would like to help support the work, please donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. On the homepage at the very bottom, you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You could be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put anything behind a paywall. So if you would like to help support, that's how you can support domestically or internationally. My international audience, thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. Unfortunately, I don't ship my products internationally. So if you'd like to support the work, please donate. But if you're domestic and you'd like to support, please donate also. Now, I have great products on my store. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material that I built up for immunology and pulmonology. The course material is only for $50, and you get tons of PDFs and tons of videos. You get to log in as many times as you want, and you watch it at your leisure, and you can, learn about how the lungs work and how your immune system works. Each module is $50. It's very cheap, and you get a lot of material. So please help support my work that way, and listen to how I stack the health protocol. And when you do that, you'll be able to replicate what I'm doing to slow down the aging process. I'm in my 50s, all right? And obviously it works. So please help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. So let's just, before we go back to Bloomberg, one great item that I have in my store is the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, peppermint, and lavender. So please go to my store, get a few bars for your household, very high quality soaps. These are soaps that I use, and improve your health and wellness. And you're supporting the work that I do. It's a win-win situation. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, with that said, let's listen into the Asian session from last night from Bloomberg, dealing with the Iranian regime.
If your neck looks like this, you need to watch this video. When you sit at your desk or use your phone, your head protrudes forward.
Well, personally, I find it hard to imagine that the Iranians would be rushing back into peace negotiations. They are, however, at an existential moment of truth about the very future of this regime, which has not been the case for the last 50 years. Now, thanks to the Israeli actions, the regime is on the ropes. And unless they can respond in kind or find some other escape hatch from this that is convincing to their people that the Iranian regime remains strong and is able to deter and defend against attacks, they've got an internal problem, and we may be facing soon the possible collapse of the regime. And I think, frankly, were they to rush into talks under pressure like this to capitulate and be flexible in the ways they weren't before, would be an admission to their own people about their own vulnerabilities and weaknesses. So I doubt very much that will put off this moment of truth. If they can't respond in kind to the Israelis, and so far they've been unable to do that, to penetrate significantly Israeli air defenses, they have a real problem at home.
Does that go to the argument, Ambassador, that while short-term goals in terms of delaying or destroying some of those enrichment capabilities may have been achieved, that this potentially, in that sort of existential sense, just pushes Iran towards more conviction that it does need those capabilities?
Well, that's one theory. We don't know that they may rush across the nuclear threshold. They're, 2 minutes from midnight anyway in terms of nuclear capability. And I think that, frankly, we have sufficient intelligence to know that they are moving in that direction. And that may be one of the triggers that would compel President Trump to consider actually aggressively joining the campaign, so that our capabilities are brought to bear and not just the Israelis, to prevent that from happening.
One of the arguments, of course, in terms of the timing is the perceived weakness of some of those Iranian proxies. And as a former ambassador, when it comes to Lebanon, what do you see as the state of those proxies at the moment in terms of the ability and willingness to respond?
Yes, I was just in Beirut and Israel a few days ago, in fact. And of course, we had no inkling about what was going to happen. Hezbollah is definitely out of options. They really are unable at this point to exercise any meaningful influence within Lebanon, let alone pressure on Israel. The problem was in the Lebanese internal scene, that whenever the United States and Iran appear to be talking, it freezes our allies and Iran's allies. No one wants to compromise. No one wants to take risks without knowing where power is going to end up in the Middle East. That just changed. And so I don't think Hezbollah can play a waiting game in terms of disarming their militia, which of course they themselves volunteered to do as part of the ceasefire agreement at the end of last year. So I suspect, and we should be encouraging our friends in Lebanon to really move forward quickly with finalizing the ceasefire so that Lebanese can move on to a more stable and peaceful environment.
You mentioned, of course, the domestic issues that Iran could face from here. How much is it for the supreme leader, not just about keeping the nuclear progress for his country, but also just achieving his own survival at this point?
I really do think that's the key question. And I think analysis, at least in the United States, hasn't really caught up with that reality. We're still sort of analyzing, what does the escalation mean for the region? Obviously, that's the key question. But if you look at the options he has, he can either respond in kind with attacks on Israel. That isn't working. He can try to attack American bases in the Middle East. That would draw the United States into the war, which is hardly in his interest. He can go after Saudi or Emirati oil installations, but I think that also would reinforce to his public that he can't deal with a real threat, which is not them, but rather Israel. Or he can rush back into negotiations, which also looks like weakness. So I think he's facing a real problem. And the regime was already sort of in the twilight period. No one quite knew what was going to happen after this aged man dies. Now the real pillars of the regime were the IRGC and the security establishment, and they are decimated. There's no longer any command and control, including, most importantly, the 3 million Basijis, the thugs, who are paid by the IRGC to really enforce the will of the regime against the populace. And if they're not paid and if they're not directed by the regime, they will melt away like an ice cube.
Being an entrepreneur takes a toll on your family because you can't turn off your business brain when it's family time.
Talking about domestic issues, of course, we know that President Trump faces his own. We have seen the protests around the immigration in that country, but now President Trump also wanting to impose more travel bans on other countries, including on partners such as African nations, not to mention Pacific Island nations, which we knew it was really a matter of influence between Washington and Beijing as well. When it comes to the Middle East, do you see any other spheres of influence growing other than the key players that have been in the game so far? The influence of China, for example, when it comes to Saudi Arabia, Iran as well.
Well, when there's a lot of hype when the Saudis negotiated a deal between the Iranians and the Saudis to reestablish diplomatic relations. But after that happened, we really haven't seen the Chinese play a significant diplomatic role, including during this critical period of conflict since October 7, 2023. Instead, they've been absent. Their interests are really commercial. And so they may do things behind the scenes, but they're more likely to lay low. The interesting question is the comments about Vladimir Putin and the Russians, who have traditionally tried to boost up the Iranians, but might try to curry favor with the United States by trying to play some kind of broker role. They do have good relations with the Israelis, in part because of the large Russian Orthodox population there. But Putin's not a peacemaker, so it's hard to picture him really seriously exercising his influence on behalf of stability in the Middle East. To the contrary, they've been a minor player in helping to destabilize places like Syria.
We're hearing now from President Trump speaking to reporters saying that it's time for a deal. We'll see that happens. He's tweeted that a deal can easily get done. He's, of course, promised no new wars in the Middle East. I do wonder, what are the options that are available to the president, to the White House now in terms of U.S. involvement and how it can influence what happens next?
Well, we know President Trump is not a warmonger. He does not seek out occasions in which to exercise American military power if it's going to jeopardize American lives needlessly. He's also, a deal maker, although during the course of these negotiations, he and his entourage have changed the goalposts frequently, and that's been confusing, I think, to the American public and perhaps to the Iranians themselves. But to my mind, if you're asking my advice, I would say the last thing we should do is rush into negotiations and give a sort of jolt of, oxygen to the regime. Instead, we should keep the pressure on, and our role in that would be not to join in militarily, but to really bring down the ability of the Iranians to export oil. The sanctions have not been fully enforced. They've gone down from 1.7 million barrels a day to 1.1. We had it down to 300,000 when I was undersecretary. They should do that to the maximum extent possible and build an alliance based on clear Iranian behavior that is so hostile and aggressive in the region, including at this G7 summit, so that we're closing all avenues of relief to the Iranian regime. So the Israelis may be moving militarily. Our task should be political and diplomatic pressure, not opening opportunities. Later on, the Iranians are really feeling the squeeze. Then you might offer an incentive.
I've recently come to learn that a lot of founders and marketers don't quite know how to look up the competitors' marketing strategies. I personally like using.
All right, so we're going to go back to open interest with Bloomberg. But before we do that, let me just give you an update on the market here. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,022. So we have a support level at 6,000. The resistance level is at 6,130. VIX is trading at 1932. Euro is at 1.159. So dollar is weakening. Oil is trading at 71.86. I did put in a new short position when the market opened up. BITO is trading at 21.35. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 143.77 and continuing to strengthen. The Japanese yen is strengthening, so dollar is weakening here. All right. Natural gas is now trading at 3.72. I've been noticing that there seems to be a trading range between about 3.5 to 3.7 at this moment in time. I suspect that natural gas will continue to go up once we get into August or September. Okay, now Gush is trading at 25.335 and DRIP is trading at 8.94. So the oil market is going up in terms of the Explorers stock. That's probably tied to an uptick in the broad index, and oil futures is going is cycling. It looks like it's cycling downward from last night, and it's trading at 71.91 right now. Okay, so let's talk about. All right, we talked about the resistance and the support levels for the S&P 500. Let's talk about the resistance and support levels of oil. Now, there used to be a trading range before the Israeli hit in Iran. And that trading range used to be around 61 handle to about a 63, 64. Now, we are shifted upward because of this risk. Now, I think fair value is around 65 to about 68.5. But because of the event risk and the chances of the Strait of Hormuz potentially being blocked, oil could go up. All right. But I think that the chances of that happening are low and that oil will slightly drift below the 68.50. But that's my take. So that's the reason why I'm shorting. Okay. If you don't, if you think the other way, then long it. It's up to you. All right, so we have a resistance level right now at 72.95 for oil. It's trading at 72.11. So resistance level at 72.95, support level at 68.50. All right, so chances are we're going to be bouncing around between 72.95 and 68.50. Now, if we hear, further escalation, oil might go up a little bit and then come back down. I think the reason why is that I think the markets are becoming desensitized to the actual military conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, if the Strait of Hormuz does get plugged up by Iran, all right, and the flow of oil can't get through, because the Israelis already degraded the Iranian defense systems, not the offensive systems, but the defensive systems, the United States with its Navy could easily unplug that blockage at the Strait of Hormuz and further get into Iran with not worrying about our planes being shot down. So as Israel continues to degrade, not just the nuclear capability of Iran, but its defenses, its defense surface-to-air missiles, then it's just going to be easier for the United States to come in. So that's why I think that it's a losing game for Iran if they are going to block the Straits of Hormuz. So even if they did, oil might spike up maybe $5, but the United States would respond so quickly that it's going to come back down. So it's better to short. So if it does spike, I was kind of hoping that it would spike this morning, but it didn't. It just kind of drifted from the Asian session downward. But my take is it just seems like there's a momentum to go down, not to go up. So I think there's going to be a new trading range compared to the pre-excursion into Iran. And that new trading range is probably around 65 to about 68.50. Okay, so that's what I think is going on with oil. So please help support my work by going to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. These are products that I use. I stack them a certain way to target certain systems, to slow down the aging process, to have more energy, to have a better immune system. So throughout this whole session, I'm going to be talking about how to stack them affordably so you can improve your health and wellness. So having a good foundational set of supplements is super important, and then you add to it, and that foundation is a multivitamin and probiotics. So let's talk about the multivitamin right now. This multivitamin on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is easy to digest. So that's super important. This has vitamin A and the B vitamins and D3 and folate and manganese and selenium and zinc. So it has a lot, all right? So it's a great foundational multivitamin. And you want to build off of that and add to that protocol. The reason why you want a multivitamin is these vitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. And when you have the proper cofactors for enzymatic activity, your cellular metabolism is better. Your tissues perform better. And you can build off of that and slow down the aging process. So taking a multivitamin is super important. Now, people would say, well, I just eat a balanced diet. Not enough. Not enough. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, eating a balanced diet is important, but people don't realize what is the goal here. The goal here is to slow down the aging process and to boost up the immune system. You can't do that just by eating properly. You are helping your body. If you take two different patients, one that eats McDonald's all the time and one that eats a healthy diet, but doesn't take supplementation, the one that's eating a healthy diet, all right, vegetables, some meats, some, exercises, all right, would that patient be healthier? Most likely. But the thing is that we're not talking about just health. We're talking about slowing down the aging process. And you need to kick it in overdrive in terms of supplementation and a holistic approach. Now, part of the holistic approach is a proper diet and exercise. But it's also proper supplementation and spirituality or meditative practice, the 4 modalities of exercise, which are resistance training, cardio, balancing, and stretching exercises. Those are all really important. Learning new things. How do you help your brain if all you do is eat carrots and eat a vegetarian diet? You need to read a book too. And if someone says, well, they're just vegetarian or they're just eating healthy, well, do you really have good bone density if you're not doing resistance training? See the point that I'm making? The point here is it's a holistic approach, and part of that holistic approach is proper supplementation to target those systems. So if someone says you can be healthy and just eat a proper diet and that's all you need to do. You don't need to do supplementation. You could be healthy, but that doesn't mean that you're slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. That's the point that I'm making. So if you look at these people that are anti-agers or you're slowing down the aging process, it's not just diet. It's a lot more than just diet. It's not just supplementation either. It's a lot more than just supplementation. So it's a holistic approach. So it's a change of lifestyle. So please just listen throughout the broadcast and you will learn on how to do this. I do this It's obvious it's working. I'm in my 50s. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. And again, if you use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, the number 5, discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And oh, by the way, I tell you how to make money in the market. Guess what? I'm shorting oil.
Tariff regime are may have to raise prices at some point, and I think that would upset the market share table, especially if GM sticks to its guns, as Paul Jacobson, the CFO, told us last week, and as Royce told you over the weekend, and they don't raise prices, they could gain some market share here.
David, what's your take you should be a skeptic as a journalist, right? And you are, but Cadillac had an amazing, really an historic lockout of the front row there. And does it change the way people perceive of the brand? Because typically I think this is like my grandfather's luxury car, right? But here they are in hypercar with 1,000 horsepower, just, doing warp speed around an iconic track. Is that really important for them?
Yeah.
I've always been skeptical of how much racing actually helps with marketing, especially open wheel racing. It depends on how hard General Motors wants to push Cadillac in Europe. I think that's where Le Mans and a lot in that racing circuit really helps more.
I watched it. It was a great race. Absolute great race. So Porsche placed second, Ferrari placed first and third. Cadillac, I believe, placed fifth. And then Toyota, I think, placed sixth. And then there was another Ferrari car that placed fourth.
Kind of second fiddle to the European luxury brands sold in the U.S. Takes a long time to rebuild that. And I think that's the road they're on.
All right, David, great to speak with you. That is Bloomberg's David Welch with the latest on the auto industry. And coming up, Airbus making news at the Paris Air Show with a pair of orders from Saudi Arabia worth $17 billion. We head to Paris next. This is Open Interest.
Yeah, I thought it was a great race. And what's interesting is over the radio, one of the drivers thought that they hit a rabbit at night. And then what's interesting is that the Formula One in Canada, one of the drivers hit a groundhog. So racing over the weekend was a little strange. But Le Mans, I love watching it. And it's intense because you get kind of tired because I watch almost all the race. I watch probably close to 80% of the race, and it's 24 hours. So I was a little tired yesterday, but it's a cool race to actually see. But watching these hypercars, so basically there's three classes. There's the hypercar class, then the P2 class, and then the GT3 class. And just watching it is really cool, But I'm a car guy, so. But those hypercars are super amazing to watch, and they're going. I saw some of the drivers getting up to in the straightaway, at about 325 or maybe even 330 kilometers per hour. So. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I believe Porsche won the GT3. Cadillac did pretty good in terms of hypercar, placing fifth, I think it was. And GM was also Ford and GM was represented in the GT class, GT3 class, with the Corvette. I don't know how it placed, but it seemed to be competing with Ferrari in the GT3 class. The Mustang, that was the representation for Ford. I just think that the Mustang is a little tired. I think, with these GT, I think the Mustang, honestly, and people would say I'm crazy, but they might say that, the this idea that I have for the Mustang is absolutely crazy. But I think the Mustang needs to become a mid-engine, just like how Corvette decided to go mid-engine, and the Corvette design, the shape is radically different. I think that something similar has to take place with the Mustang. You know, and it'll change the shape of the vehicle. It'll move more. It'll compete more with the Corvette. You know, back in the day, Mustang was important to compete with the Corvette, but then GM also created the Trans Am and the Camaro, and that was kind of like a competitor to Mustang also. But Mustang needs to kind of just up the game and move to mid-engine and radically change the body, even though it deviates from its DNA. Corvette did it, you know. Corvette decided to move to mid-engine, and it radically changed the body style, and it created a new era for Corvette. The same thing could happen with Mustang if Ford got their act together. But what Ford did was that they were pushing the GT40 as their mid-engine, and that would have been competing with the Corvette. But it's the price range for that is way too high. All right, so I think that they need to upscale the Mustang, make it a direct competitor to Corvette. Okay, enough car talk here. All right, so let's listen into Bloomberg here.
A lot of the big CEOs, like Tim Clark from Emirates, is not here. A number of other large Middle East carriers are not here as well, because they've got huge challenges as a result of what's happening between Iran and Israel right now in terms of managing airspace, making sure that their flight crews are safe, what they're doing, their passengers
and
everybody else are safe as well. So all of that's kind of putting a bit of a dampener on an already really stressed industry.
Big move in oil right now. All right, oil is now dropping to 71.36. Natural gas is falling a little bit too at 3.69.
Optimism right now, who's out there with an enthusiastic bullish message?
Katie, they're all optimistic because the orders, you just heard from Guillaume Faury there, his order book is sold out as far as the eye can see. There's no problem selling aeroplanes. Demand is absolutely enormous right now. Everybody still wants to travel. You got huge markets opening up. Demand is not an issue. So there's plenty of optimism. The issue is fulfilling that optimism. It's how do I get the right parts right now? What's going to happen with tariffs? You try and buy an Airbus airplane in the United States right now, you're facing a 10% tariff. But it could be 20% next week. It could be 0 next week. It could be 50% in 2 weeks' time. They just don't know. And that also applies to engines. It applies to spare parts. It applies to so many things. And that's the challenge they face right now. So, yeah, there's lots of optimism. There's just huge challenges getting to that optimism.
Guy, thanks very much, Guy Johnson there I guess outside of Paris, but at the Paris Air Show. Our coverage will continue from there tomorrow, including interviews with the ESA director and the U.S. Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. We hope the guy is wearing sunscreen. And I really think he should get sunglasses because the sun is just blaring and then they have the lights on him. And
yeah, he can pull off aviators too, so.
Yeah, especially there. Adam Hetz is going to join us next from Janice Henderson in the next hour to tell us what opportunity he sees in small caps. Then the CEO of multinational manufacturer and logistics firm Flex joins us here on Open Interest.
All right, so I'm watching oil really closely here. It's trading at 70.21. It's looking like it's bouncing off of the 70 handle. It's going to probably cycle back up. I closed one of my positions in short, and then I'm going to wait it out. Let's see if it mean reverts, and then I'm I'm going to short it again. All right. While we're waiting on that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Now, probiotics are also a foundational piece for the health protocol. I have it in powdered form, which is the way I take it, and also the veggie cap form. Either one you should be taking every day. It's very high quality. And what happens is that by taking a good probiotic, you're producing a good gut biome. It'll bring down inflammation, help with the gut's immune system, increase the mucosal barrier. Your IgAs are going to increase. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. Your metabolism will be better. You'll have less inflammation. Your skin, your hair, your nails will improve, and you'll sleep better. In addition, your mental acuity will increase. Your communication between your gut and your liver will improve, and your gut and your brain. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these probiotics. Take them every day, all right? Either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. I prefer the powdered form because I take a lot of different powders like the collagen and the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley, the lignans. So please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure. And there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Doha, Qatar, and this is Bloomberg.
Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The hunt is over for the man accused of killing a Minnesota lawmaker and her senator and his wife. CBS News spoke with the suspect's friend and roommate.
He was a very giving person. No one would think he's capable of this. And he lived his life like that. And he was a Christian and he went to church every Sunday. Whatever this was, he kept it well hidden from his wife and all that.
I'm Peter King. Law enforcement officers flushed Vance Belcher out of the woods near his home in Grand Isle, Minnesota, about 60 miles from the crime scene. Minnesota State Patrol Lieutenant Jeremy Geiger.
The suspect crawled to law enforcement teams and was placed under arrest at that point in time.
Belcher's first court appearance is scheduled for this afternoon. He faces 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree attempted murder.
Walls. We will put every ounce of effort that the state of Minnesota has to make sure that justice is served and the individual responsible for this serves the time for the unspeakable act.
Israel's military has just warned
CNBC. They're talking about the Strait of Hormuz as a potential for large disruptions. Let's just listen. It's short. It's only 4 minutes long.
Max Layton, he's Citi's global head of commodities research. Yeah, Max, what do you make of the pullback? Does it make sense to you?
I had thought we would be a bit stronger today. I mean, over the weekend, some of the betting markets were showing a rising possibility of the Strait of Hormuz being affected. And yeah, I would have thought it would have been a bit stronger this morning, but clearly there was a lot of short covering, a lot of call buying on Friday, and no follow through with actual long positions today.
Is the Strait of Hormuz sort of the key here in terms of monitoring whether the conflict has extended beyond what is the current back and forth? And would that have a significant impact on the oil market?
It is a key. We don't think, we think it's highly unlikely that Cargo Island will be brought into this, and therefore Strait of Hormuz is the really the potentially large oil supply disruption if it does happen. I mean, I'd just like to make the point that there's already a very big risk premium, geopolitical risk premium in the oil market. We estimate it's around $10 to $12 at the moment, and that risk premium's there for a reason. There's been no real oil export or oil production disruption in Iran, and yet the market's trading $10 to $12 higher, and that obviously reflects the potential for there to be a significant, if not, if temporary, disruption to the Strait of Hormuz supply.
What about Iran's own oil production, which doesn't appear to be targeted by Israel at this point, but what is the thinking right now in the market about whether that oil will continue to flow and whether there's enough or the political will, for instance, from Saudi to make it up?
Yeah, I think the broader backdrop that OPEC Plus is moving to return its barrels is really important to help to explain why there hasn't been any follow through in terms of fresh long positions in the market today. Often investors, when they're thinking about putting on a trade, they need not just the short term to be bullish, and there's obviously catalysts for higher prices potentially in the very near term. But they also need the medium to long run outlook to be bullish. And I think just winding back the clock a couple of weeks, many analysts were calling for $50, $40. Our 12-month forecast remains 65 Brent, and we haven't seen anything that will change that medium to long-term outlook, which is still bearish from these prices.
Max, the other thing we keep looking at, and we did this in 19, we did this in 24, the long-term degradation of oil intensity on the economy and as a share of household disposable income. I mean, isn't the bar getting higher and higher over time for oil to truly disrupt markets in general?
Yeah, that it is. I wouldn't want to play it down too much. This does have the potential to get a lot worse in the very near term, and that's why the risk premium is so big, around 15 to 20% of the total crude oil price. And yes, it's certainly fallen as a share of GDP, oil consumption, and the value of oil consumption, and certainly in the US, which has shifted to a more, dramatically more service economy over the last couple of decades. Having said that, the US directly consumes about $650 billion worth of oil last year, and a 10% move is $60 billion.
All right, that's CNBC. All right, so let's listen into Bloomberg here.
Bloomberg Originals.
All right, good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York City. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. So you can go to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. Smart TV, Roku, all that kind of good stuff. You can search for Bloomberg Originals. That's where you'll find us there. A lot coming up today. We're going to kick it off with Ethan Bronner, Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief, to get the latest on the Israel-Iran attacks here. Headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. According to the Wall Street Journal, a battered Iran signals it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel and negotiate. Again, according to the Wall Street Journal, we'll have more reporting from Ethan Bronner coming up on that. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He's in Canada. He's at the G7. We'll get the latest reporting there. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist at Federated Hermes, will get his market call. And Ellen Wald, President of Transversal Consulting. She is one of our go-to voices on the global energy markets. We'll get her thoughts right here, given some of the geopolitical issues in the Mideast. So a lot coming up in the next couple hours. We'll keep you posted on these markets, which are running. The S&P's up over 1%. We'll get John Tucker, a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, guys, and this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com.
There's definitely bigger moves in the currency market right now. Dollar is weakening, but the 10-year treasury price is going up right now, which is a lot. 3.67 for natural gas, and oil is trading at 70.48 right now. I'm waiting for it to mean revert back to about 71.84 before I probably short again. We'll see what happens.
Markets, they can push higher.
Look, I don't think it's a straight shut up from here, and I certainly don't think we're going to have a third year in a row where the S&P is going to do 20%. But can the market end the year higher? Yes, it can. And I think one of the main reasons is the odds of recession.
It's definitely going to be higher. It's going to be higher. It's going to be at an all-time high in July, unless the world goes to hell. All right, let's look at BITO. BITO is the ETF for Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin has been having problems to, getting back up to the 110 mark and above. Again, you can make money on Bitcoin, but it's not a store of value. If someone says it's a store of value, you don't know what you're talking about because it's too volatile. All right, so 107 right now it's trading at. So BITO is the ETF to long Bitcoin. To short Bitcoin, you would use the ETF BITO. So that's what I've been doing, all right? So right now for BITO, we have so it's trading at 21.45. The resistance level is 21.48. So it's right at that resistance level. Now the question is, will it break it? If it breaks it, then you're going to see a BIT. You're going to be seeing Bitcoin going, maybe to 108 or so. All right. So we have a resistance level of 21.48, and then if that breaks, the next resistance level will be 22.50. Support level, if this fails, is 20. All right. So right now it's testing that resistance level right at this moment in time, BITO. Now, typically, when the equities go up, Bitcoin goes up. So BITO should be moving upward here. Right now, the S&P 500 is up almost 60 points. Right now, it's trading at 6,036.75.
That will rely on wireless networks and hardware that is, quote, made in America. And so you can imagine this is probably going to pose a lot of competition for the traditional carriers that we have in the market at the moment. But, we do have Bloomberg Intelligence analysts saying that, separately, T-Mobile specifically, its sales probably going to rise at a compound annual growth rate of 4.5% over the next 3 years from this year because of its lead in 5G, which is yielding greater market share. So if there is going to be a competitor in the form of a Trump-branded mobile provider or network provider, T-Mobile looks particularly insulated from that.
Interesting. I want to see how that Trump phone thing works. I don't know about that. I don't know how that actually works. All right, MGM.
MGM, yeah. So we have those shares up today, more than 4%. So ticker MGM, that is because its BetMGM joint venture with Entain in the UK raised its net revenue and EBITDA guidance for the fiscal year in the current year. And that's after they already had a strong second quarter trading showing. So, this is their joint venture with Entain in the UK that operates a number of sports betting brands over there, including Ladbrokes and Party Poker. So both companies benefiting from that optimistic guidance.
All right, Insight, what's going on there?
Insight, ticker INCY. Those shares doing well today as well, up more than 4% at the moment. So it's because of the drug maker's clinical trial data. 2 trials of its experimental therapy to treat a blood disorder is impressing Wall Street analysts. So based on that study, it showed that there were no dose-limiting toxicities reported, and also 98% of the patients remained on the treatment. So analysts very optimistic about that. They got an upgrade at Stifel, and analysts there citing a best-case scenario from the data.
All right. Thanks so much, Christine. Really appreciate it. Christina Aquino joining us from Bloomberg. For more conversations just like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports and the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere that you listen. So the market is moving on those Wall Street Journal headlines that potentially Iran is looking at de-escalate fighting with Israel. So we want to get right to that and go to Ethan Bromer. He joins us, Bloomberg News Israel Bureau Chief. Ethan, do we have any reporting on that headline? What do you know about that?
We have reporting from, I have been told confidentially or anonymously by Israeli officials for 2 days that the Iranians are eager to do something about it. We haven't put it on the wire because we haven't been able to confirm it. But there's no question that the Israelis are dominating the skies and dominating the battle for now, and it isn't surprising. On the other hand, the question is, what is it that the Iranians want to offer in their negotiation? They've never agreed to end enrichment of uranium on their land, and that is the sort of bottom line for both the United States and Israel. So a return to negotiation may mean nothing. We'll have to see what it means.
Ethan, what is the, I guess that kind of goes to the bigger question. I've heard some reporting over the weekend that maybe there's even a small chance of regime change there in Iran. That seems far-fetched. But have they been so embarrassed, the leadership of Iran, and dealt serious military setbacks that is even on the table?
Well, it's not officially on the table, right? It's in theory, it's kind of the grand dream of the Israelis that there would be a change of regime, because it's really not so much the ability of Iran to make a nuclear weapon that you can't remove. That knowledge exists and a lot of the equipment is there. It's who's behind it, who's got the equipment, and the Israelis are desperate to have a regime, a government in office in Iran that is not dedicated to Israel's destruction. So absolutely, it is an unstated but clear goal of this government.
Well, that's actually quite significant, because if you read many of the research reports, they all point to if the end goal is regime change, then things could get really ugly. So if it's an unspoken goal, does that lead us then toward that scenario? And I mean really ugly in that, for example, Iran's not going to care anymore about sending oil to China. They're going to be doing something very different with their satellite individuals as well as their oil and gas infrastructure.
Look, I think you're right. I mean, we don't know where this is going, right? There's no question that if Israel really pushes the military side of it, it's possible that the Iranians would leave the non-proliferation treaty, that they would, go all out to make a bomb, go all out to be a rogue power. We don't know. The claim of the Israeli military and government right now is that this kind of military pressure could lead the regime to crack, and for those who want a different kind of government to rise up in the way that it happened in Syria. But, we have no idea if this is legitimate or correct.
Within Israel, Ethan, are folks surprised at all about the success that the Israeli military has had in such a short period of time? It seems to have really gone in there prepared on all fronts.
Look, you're right. I think people as Israelis are very proud and a little shocked. I think the whole world is shocked that Israel did this on Friday, when it seemed almost certain that it wouldn't possibly do it before the Sunday negotiation round that was due in Oman. It was a huge surprise. They'd been preparing it with enormous care. The penetration that Israel has in Iran is unbelievable, right? Their ability to sort of bring in all this equipment that took down particular launchers and also to kill particular people. It's been amazing. There's no question about it. Now, there's always this question of, is Israel getting cocky and too confident? And we shall see. But the music today is that this is really going well militarily. At the same time, 3, 4, 5, 6 people dying every day in this country from Iranian missiles has been pretty painful.
Do we know what the global support for Israel looks like outwardly and also on the background?
It's a good question. I mean, I think that it's a little unclear, because Israel was in the middle of this Gaza war that was angering the hell out of all kinds of allies. And so it was kind of in a bad mood about Israel. When this thing happened on Friday, I think it took everybody by surprise. And generally, the allies have said, and there was a statement, I think just today, by the chief foreign political officer of the EU, that Israel, that the Iranian nuclear program is a menace to society, to the world, and Israel does have a right. But let's please wrap this up. It's kind of been the message. So far, it hasn't been, end it, but it is let's move toward a diplomatic solution. And in theory, a diplomatic solution would be fine if the Iranians would agree not to enrich uranium on their soil. So far, they haven't agreed to.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. We really appreciate your reporting. Ethan Bronner, Israel Bureau Chief, Bloomberg News, joining us from Tel Aviv via Zoom. Again, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran may be open to de-escalation of tensions with Israel and maybe some negotiations, again, according to the Wall Street Journal. Coming up, we're going to check in with David Gurr. He's with President Trump in Canada, the G7 meeting. We'll get the latest reporting there. Phil Orlando, Chief Equity Market Strategist for Federated Hermes. He's going to join us as well. Is he buying this rally here? S&P up 1.1% here today. This is Bloomberg.
Like I said, the S&P 500 is going to be at an all-time high, definitely this year and most likely in July. It's trading at 6,044 and the VIX is at 1874. Oil is trading at 70.34. I'm watching it very closely here. It seems to be mean reverting a little bit. It's a little bit of selling pressure here, a little bit. But I'll most likely put it in another short today for oil. I have multiple positions, but I closed out one this morning, and then I'm going to probably re-enter here. Okay, so BITO is trading at 21.47. It's battling that resistance level at 21.48. We'll see what happens with that. And natural gas is trading at 3.68. Let's go to a CNBC clip here. It's about 7 minutes long. And they are interviewing Harvard's Megan O'Sullivan on what the Israel-Iran conflict means for the U.S. Before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C and magnesium is a dual-purpose supplement. Vitamin C is going to help with your skin, but also vitamin C and magnesium helps with your immune system. And magnesium helps with your brain function, and it increases the efficacy of vitamin D3. So you should be taking vitamin C and magnesium right now. All right? Like right now. So please go to my store and get it. Super important. And also get the magnesium and zinc. Again, magnesium helps with brain function, helps the efficacy of D3, and magnesium and zinc will help your immune system. Stack them together for max benefit. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Boost up that immune system, help with your brain function. Now, I've been saying for quite a while that in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see a lot of people having problems with their neurons, cognitive function, problems with gait, problems with kinematics, concentration. It's really important to start doing what you can in a holistic way and through supplementation and proper diet and exercise to improve your brain function. Super important. You better start paying attention to what I'm saying here. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the supplements that help with protecting neurons and help with brain function, and do the holistic approach. And that is proper diet and exercise. Make sure you stay away from processed foods. Make sure you drink filtered water. Do some meditative practice or spirituality to calm your central nervous system. Learn new things. That means reading and writing and talking to people in the real world. Actually read a book from cover to cover. A lot of people have declined in reading. That's bad. And, you know, so you want to learn new things. Push yourself. Your brain is like a muscle in a way, and you need to exercise it. Make sure you do resistance training, cardio, balancing exercises, and stretching exercises. All 4 modalities are super important. And by doing these things on a regular basis, you're going to improve your health. Try to eat organic if you can. Have a well-balanced diet. I don't believe in just a vegetarian diet. I think that you need to have some meat in your diet. But I don't believe in 100% meat eaters either, and don't eat any vegetables. No, you need your vegetables too. So both sides of the spectrum are wrong. You have the ones that are just carnivores that won't eat anything that's a vegetable, and you have the other side of the spectrum where they won't eat any meat and they only eat vegetables. Both are wrong. So please apply a holistic approach to this with proper supplementation, and you're going to be able to slow down the aging process and let your body heal and improve your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Holding a stake of more than 1% in the lingerie retailer. Those shares right now up 3.5%. Drone maker Aero Group Holdings, they ended Friday with a gain of 140% day after raising $60 million in their IPO, and coming barely a week after stablecoin issuer Circle Internet Group surged 168.5% immediately following its $1.2 billion IPO. Stocks of newly public companies surging in their first sessions at the fastest pace in 3.5 years. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right. Thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out on YouTube as well as originals. So anywhere where you get your streaming or smart TV, we are there. We are also, not us, but one of Bloomberg is also in Canada. And this is for the G7. The summit may not produce a joint communique or coordinated multilateral actions due to those internal frictions in the America First agenda, but yet nonetheless is quite important that the G7 leaders are all meeting to discuss. Joining us now is David Gura, a correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. He joins us from Banff in Canada. Gorgeous backdrop. Like, it doesn't even look real for those of you on radio. Idyllic mountains, beautiful sky, trees, the whole thing. David, is the vibe just as cheery?
The landscape, the geography is crucially important to this summit. So it's taking place in 3 venues, in Calgary, in Kananaskis, and here in Banff. Kananaskis is where the world leaders are meeting, and it's a very small village, effectively. So they're kind of penned in. They're there. The hope is, from Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada, that intimate setting is going to give them an opportunity to kind of work together, talk informally, come to some sort of agreement, maybe not come to agreement on a communique like you just mentioned, but find some areas of agreement and kind of joint declarations that they can make while they're here. I should say it's a new group of world leaders than the last time the G7 was here in Canada. Emmanuel Macron of France is kind of the only person who was there last time in 2018, along with President Donald Trump. So it's a chance for these world leaders to get to know each other at a time when there is so much going on in terms of geopolitics and geoeconomics as well. And certainly what's happening in the Middle East is looming large. If not on the official agenda, Alex, it's certainly what's being talked about on the sidelines here. And again, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, is really trying to have bilateral meetings with each of the members of the G7 and other world leaders he's invited here as well.
David, President Trump, obviously not a fan of globalization. I think it's fair to say America first types of policies. Why is he even attending, do you think? And what do you think his agenda is?
I think he recognizes the power that he has here on that side of geoeconomics especially. So, of course, the world has been shaken. The kind of geographical, geoeconomic firmament has been changed radically by his trade policies. He recognizes that and knew coming into this event that there was going to be kind of a keenness from each of these world leaders to meet with him one-on-one, to talk trade policy, talk about the tariffs that are currently paused as we get closer to the end of the pause that the president has put in place. So it's a recognition of his own power. But you're absolutely right to point out, Paul, this is an event. Events like these are ones that President Trump historically dislikes. He doesn't like all of the meetings and plenaries and seminar style meetings that they have to have over the course of these 2 or 3 days. That remains the case, but I think that he recognizes the fact that he and that America First ethos, that brand that he's projecting, is something that's very much in focus and that all of these leaders cares about. So they'll be trying to kind of get him on the sidelines of these meetings as well, to talk about trade, to talk about other matters of policy, and maybe to try to pull him into some sort of wider agreement when it comes to the message they hope to send to Israel and Iran to kind of diffuse the conflict that's taking place there.
Well, speaking of, does Israel-Iran change any of the conversations? Does it heighten or change the topics of some of these conversations?
We heard from a lot of world leaders as they made their way here. They issued statements about the conflict, and they talked about the need to de-escalate that conflict. We heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, last night. It's something that she brought up, the need for there to be a de-escalation in that conflict. So each of these world leaders is talking about it and is certainly concerned about how it might widen and the effect that it might have. I should say there's also an economic implication to it as well. Fundamentally here, there was talk going into this summit of lowering that price cap on Russian oil. That's something that's now not as kind of widely shared as a good idea by a lot of these world leaders. Seeing the prospects that oil prices could go up, they're kind of pausing that effort. So that's certainly changed something that was in fact on the official agenda going into this. Again, that effort to lower that cap.
And David, just as you know, recently, just in the last several minutes, the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran may be open to de-escalating the tensions in that part of the world. And so we've seen stocks trade up, and then oil trade down by about more than 4% here, suggesting that there may be some peace, maybe sooner rather than later. Is that made its way to your part of the world and the discussions there?
Oh, we're going to listen closely when President Trump meets with Prime Minister Mark Carney here in just a few minutes. They're going to have a bilateral meeting, and they'll open that up to press at the beginning. So we'll see if there's some remarks on the path forward there. But what we heard from President Trump as he left Washington yesterday before he got on Air Force One was, again, this call for diplomacy is a solution to that conflict. He also said, you know, maybe there has to be a bit of fighting to bring these two parties to the table once again. But you'll remember.
Oil is trading at 69.96 and BITO is trading at 21.49. So it's trying to get above that 21.48 barrier.
They hear what President Trump's saying about diplomacy, but how do you get it in this kind of crucible of conflict? That's the really key question.
All right, David, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. David Gura, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. Let's get to the markets here with the S&P up over 1%. Phil Orlando, chief equity market strategist and head of client portfolio management at Federated Hermes, joins us. So, Phil, I was out Friday. If I pretended Friday didn't happen, the equity market's in the exact same place it was when it closed on Thursday. What do I make of that when there is actual severe geopolitical risk out there?
Well, as your previous guest just talked about, I guess there's an assumption that as dissettling as the Israeli attack of Iran was, maybe Iran, this is going to force them to the bargaining table. Point number one. Point number two, look at what transpired in the energy market. That in the first 4 or 5 months of the year, crude oil went from $80 a barrel down to $55. Then we spiked up to $77 on Friday, and now we're back down to $72. And if you think about what's gone on behind the scenes, we were talking about this at our morning meeting today. Over the last couple of months, the Saudis spurred OPEC to sort of oversupply the market with a lot of crude oil in each of the last 2 or 3 months. In the United States, very quietly, we have increased the size of our strategic petroleum reserve from 350 million barrels at the beginning of the year. We're now a little over 400 million barrels, I think on our way back to peak capacity at about 720 million barrels. So you wonder whether or not the United States and the Saudis anticipated what transpired on Friday, or maybe had advance notice that something might happen, and it might not be a bad idea to, make sure that there's some fruit on hand in case there is some problems with the Straits of Hormuz, or the Iranians take their oil off the market, or whatever. And it looks like things are reasonably stable, and so as a result, the market's sort of bouncing back today. with the benefit of having had the weekend to think through, last Friday's developments.
Phil, it's been, if you look at the chart of the S&P 500 year to date, talk about a V bottom and recovery here, like we should talk about for the economy. I don't know. I was kind of surprised that we went down as much, and now I'm equally surprised that we came back as much and how quickly it all happened. You're an old pro. What do you make of what we've seen year to date?
Markets tend to overshoot on both sides, and we were disappointed with the market's response to the Liberation Day chaos. But look, frankly, the Trump administration did a poor job in orchestrating the implementation of that tariff announcement. So the market, in the absence of any knowledge, responded appropriately, down 15% in the space of a week. And then once we had a better sense of how that was going to work, along with how is the economy doing, the market rebounded back to what, we felt were more reasonable levels of valuation. Remember, Paul, we talked about this down at in Washington a couple of weeks ago. Yep. Our full year forecast for the S&P this year is still 6,500. We're sitting now a little bit over 6,000. So we've still got, 500 points, maybe 8 or 9% of potential appreciation over the course of the back half of the year. So there's more room for the market to continue to grind higher if the fundamentals continue to fall into place.
What's the safety right now? Are bonds portraying the safe haven bid, or does it have to be gold?
Well, gold's been the safe haven play for a while, and given any concerns about geopolitical risk or inflation, gold is the play. And so having a little bit of gold in your portfolio, I don't have any problem with a client taking that position. But certainly, if you think that there's going to be slower economic growth, certainly bonds should rally. Treasuries historically are a great safety play. We think that Treasury yields, benchmark 10s, are probably going to grind down towards 4% over the balance of the year. So I don't have a problem with investors holding both Treasuries and gold as sort of safe havens, given, the complete uncertainty and volatility of what, we've watched.
Oil's trading at 69.74.
Time, Phil Orlando. He's the Chief Equity Market Strategist and Head of Client Portfolio Management at Federated Hermes, joining us there. We spoke to Phil when we were down in Washington a few weeks ago. He was there as well. Market's ripping, and oil continues its sell-off, Alex, off 4.5% here. WTI crude oil now below 70.
I mean, you have to wonder, though, off of 4.5%, if you're baking in like 10% geopolitical risk premium, like, do you really need to unwind all of that yet? Yep. And how much should you keep? What I can tell you is if you're a producer, you would definitely want to be hedging your oil supply as of Friday. Yep. We'll see if that actually winds up happening. We're going to talk more about this with Alan Wald, president of Transversal Consulting, the impact of what's happening with Iran and Israel, and potential headlines here from the Wall Street Journal about Iran.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this supplement. Take it every day. I've been taking it for 5 years every day. Take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. And that product is the Max 14 or Max 35 or Cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. And Max 35 is 35 parts per million. But again, take a teaspoon a day, every day. I've been doing this for 5 years, every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, what this will do is it'll help the epithelial lining in the oral cavity, improve your oral cavity, and also help the epithelial lining in your oral pharynx. It'll help the mucosal barrier and boost up that immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14, Max 35, or Cleanse. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, what I just mentioned is the first pillar of a 4-pillar protocol. And that is Max 35, Max 14 are cleanse for the first pillar to boost up that immune system. C60 is a strong antioxidant to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up the immune system and help with the cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. That's the core protocol. But remember, you have foundational pieces such as the probiotic and the multivitamin. And you can add and customize, take something out, put something in. This is very you can customize this and target certain systems. But I take a lot of supplements, all right? Now, I know a lot of people can't afford all that. So I'm trying to tell you how to kind of stack these based on your affordability and to target certain systems that are really important for your health. But again, it's not just the supplementation. It's also a holistic approach. Proper diet, proper exercise, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, mindfulness or spirituality is important to calm your central nervous system. Learn new things, really protect those neurons, and do the 4 modalities of exercise: resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing exercises. All of them are important. If you only do one of them, you're doing it wrong. Just like I was saying before, if you only eat vegetables, you're doing it wrong. If you're only eating meat, you're doing it wrong. If you're only doing cardio, you're doing it wrong. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Oil prices giving back some of their initial surge, and we have stocks pushing higher right now. Here comes on this journal report that Iran wants to cool things off in the back and forth attacks with Israel. 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are higher right now. But then it's energy, the lone decliner as those oil prices fall. We have Brent, the international benchmark for oil. That is down right now, 4.1% down, $3.13 at $71.13 a barrel. American Express planning updates to its travel-focused Platinum credit cards, calling it the largest investment ever in a card refresh. And the Federal Reserve concludes its two-day meeting tomorrow, Wednesday. It's expected to hold rates steady, though there could be some change in tone about possible future cuts at Jerome Powell's press conference that follows that meeting on Wednesday. Robert Dishner is with Neuberger Berman.
we're still of the belief the Fed's going to cut twice this year. The forecast may move down to one cut this year, but does then the Fed give the market something for next year? Do they increase that to 3 cuts next year?
Right now, the S&P 500, 68 points higher. That's up 1.1%. 6,045 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 454 points. And the NASDAQ 100 is 313 points higher. Meta Platform is going to be showing ads inside of its WhatsApp messaging service. The ads are going to appear. Yeah, exactly. The ads will.
BITO, which is tied to Bitcoin, has broken the barrier 2148, and now it's trading at 2159. Intraday high is 2161. So hopefully we start to see it marching up to about 2250. 2250 is the next resistance level if this support level holds. .7% on the news from the Wall Street Journal that perhaps Iran is open to de-escalation with Israel. Let's get more on this with Ellen Wald, president of Transversal Consulting, joining us. Ellen, what kind of risk premium should be in the market for at least the short term?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised between like $2 and $4, kind of vacillating a bit. I mean, we're definitely in a situation of much higher risk than we were last month, but we have seen similar-ish situations before, and that's kind of the risk premium we saw. I do think that it does depend a lot on what happens in the Persian Gulf, other countries' reactions to it, and also, but it does seem that Iran continues to have the ability to export oil, and that's really what.
None of them are talking about the phone call to MBS saying, help with the price in the Brent market and bring it down. Don't you think that Trump can tell MBS and come to some sort of agreement to actually try to increase the production and drive down the price?
Of, maybe $3, $4.
The Straits of Hormuz,
it's going down.
That's never been closed down in the past. Is the market, as far as you can tell, when you talk to people in the industry, are they believe that is still going to be the case? That's still going to be, you're able to get your oil in and out of that strait?
Yeah, I think what's going on is people are very jittery.
Well, wait a minute. Let's think about this for a sec. Prices are going up, and the bat phone goes on in the White House. Trump calls MBS, hey, increase that supply for OPEC 3 or OPEC plus, all right? And they go, okay, MBS goes, okay. And so the price starts to go down slowly, all right? Which is what's going to, but let's just say that Iran has the balls, which they don't, but let's say that they have the hubris to stop the flow in the Straits of Hormuz. Because Israel has already degraded their defense system, the United States is going to come in and destroy. Our Navy will destroy the blockade, and our Air Force will destroy installations within Iran. And it will be unclogged within 24 hours. I wish that happened because I would short oil. I wish that they plug it up because it's guaranteed that it would get unclogged. These people are idiots. They just don't even use common sense anymore. All these analysts don't use any common sense.
Waters there, and you can actually reroute ships into waters, into Emirati and Omani waters. It would take some time, and
they're not going to reroute it. The United States and the Navy is going to unplug it within 24 to 48 hours. And Israel has already destroyed the defense systems of Iran. Come wake up.
To bypass the strait, but it is still relatively limited. Do we have a good sense as to whether Israel truly wants to strike oil and gas facilities? I mean, I know over the weekend we did see some of that, but nothing that truly disrupted production.
Right, and I think that's interesting. I think they're really walking a very close line because all of the facilities that they hit 2 gas processing plants in the South Pars gas field. They hit a fuel depot outside of Tehran, and they hit an oil refinery. And those all have domestic impacts because Iran doesn't export its natural gas. It uses it only for, electricity. Domestically, Iran has to make all of its own gasoline, et cetera. So you can see that their strikes are designed for maximum domestic effect, and that they have not touched Kharg Island, which is where the 90% of Iran's exports are loaded into tankers, and they haven't touched anything that would impact Iran's exports. Now, the question is, how long can they not touch them, either by accident or because the exports are a primary source of Iran's funding? And at a certain point, you got to go after their funding. And so I think that right now it's not on the table, but if there isn't any kind of resolution to this, I wouldn't be surprised to see them at least threaten it diplomatically or someone down the road.
Ellen, aside from the geopolitical risk there, what is underlying demand? What are the assumptions for underlying demand for the rest of the year for oil and gas?
That's a good question. I think we're in a pretty good demand situation. I do think, everyone's a little bit nervous about whether or not there might be a recession or not. In that case, demand could go down. But otherwise, demand seems pretty stable. I think, there could be some variation depending on what happens in China or India. But in general, demand's pretty stable. Supply looks good as well. I don't think we're not in an oversupplied situation at this point, or not a massive oversupply situation. But likewise, we're not undersupplied either.
I think we're a little bit oversupplied in Brent and a little bit undersupplied in WTI.
I don't think, unless, I don't think that this issue in the Middle East, provided that it remains within kind of the confines where Iranian oil exports aren't hurt and Iran doesn't try to obstruct any other oil exports, that I don't see that we shouldn't really hit $100 a barrel, for example, because of this. I think that's not realistic.
So different than what we would have seen 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Ellen, before we let you go, what are the Saudis doing right now? How are they involved or not in these discussions?
The Saudis are probably involved. I wouldn't be surprised if they're talking to Russia, because they're very keen. They'd love to be, help broker some sort of a deal here. They are privately very happy that Israel attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. They don't want Iran having a nuclear weapon either, but they're not going to say that out loud. In private, they in public, they are.
MBS was interviewed. I don't know if it was Fox News or 60 Minutes or one of a major outlet for sure, but he stated that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, that the Saudi Arabia will purchase nuclear weapons, 100%, and that it will be a nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. He said it. Now, this might have been about 2 years ago, but he's on record saying it.
At WTI crude oil, off about 3.7% here, trading around $70 a barrel. We did break below $70 for the West Texas.
All right. Right now, oil is trading at $70.30, and so we'll see. But I think in several trading sessions that it's going to go, and the trading range is going to be anywhere from 65 to about 68.50. 68.50 is a support level, and we got to see if it breaks it. And a resistance level right now for oil is 72.95. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you like the work that I do, please donate. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I do all these videos for free, and I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please donate, or please get the products. If you're international, unfortunately, I don't ship international. If you'd like to support the work, share the links, make sure you subscribe, ask your social media to follow me. And if you could, please donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to the CNBC clip. This is one of the anchors interviewing Harvard's Megan O'Sullivan on what Israel-Iran conflict means for the U.S. This is about 7 minutes long.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
All right, joining us now for the latest in the Israel-Iranian conflict is Megan O'Sullivan. She is the director of Harvard's Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. She's a veteran of both Republican and Democratic administrations and served as Deputy National Security Advisor in President George W. Bush's administration. And Megan, I've got a lot of questions about what's happening between Israel and Iran right now. There are two different camps out there. One camp will tell you that, hey, Iran was cheating on the limits they were allowed to be using when it comes to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The IAEA just said this month that for the first time in nearly two decades that it's not complying with what it had been supposed to do under that treaty. That they were just weeks away from having enough uranium that they'd actually be able to move forward with trying to put together a nuclear bomb, and that this attack stopped them from being able to reach that, at least by a number of months, if not longer. There are others who are saying that this is going to push Iran to say that it will no longer be a part of that treaty, and this will push it to race even faster to try and come up with a nuclear weapon. Which is it? I mean, it's the same facts, and people are looking at from two different perspectives.
Good morning, Becky. Well, you laid it out very nicely. I actually would say that there are elements of truth to both. The first is that this particular set of actions by Israel has been long anticipated, but really, spurred because of Iranian actions. You mentioned the IAEA report. That report was the product of months of work begun under the Biden administration, and the IAEA coming forward and saying very clearly Iran is taking actions that make it impossible for the IAEA to say with confidence that this is a peaceful program. And then 19 members of the IAEA last week voting to censor Iran around this. So it's Iranian action at this moment that has pushed this to the precipice into what is now a full-blown war. Now, it is true that the result of this may be that Iran, which has been, teetering on the edge of the capacity to build a bomb, may say after this military action that it has to go for maximum deterrence against future Israeli military force. And that would lead it to cross the threshold that it's been teetering on, which is not quite having a bomb, go for a bomb. And what this all depends upon is whether the Israelis are able to definitively set back the program, which is something that they have done with their strike so far. But the big enchilada, the big thing that really matters is what happens to a facility called Fordo. As long as Fordo remains intact and operational, Iran will have this option to go towards a bomb, and to go towards a bomb in relatively short order. And I think it's reasonable to fear that that will be the big Iranian takeaway from the events of the last week, which, we have to acknowledge are still ongoing.
So you were the Deputy NSA, National Security Advisor. Do you think that Israel could take out Fordo without U.S. assistance?
Well, I would say that in order to deliver a crippling strike on the facilities, I think it's commonly believed that this would require U.S. military direct assistance. However, there are other ways that Fordo might be crippled, and the Israelis certainly are very creative and entrepreneurial when it comes to this. There's some speculation that maybe they could collapse the entrance of Fordo, or they could basically disintermediate it from power sources. They could seal it in some way. So I think in order to really penetrate the mountain that Fordo is in would likely require U.S. military capability. But I wouldn't say that's the only way that maybe Fordo could be rendered unoperational. This, again, is really the big question that we should all be looking at in the coming days.
I guess my question is, if the U.S. allowed Israel to take these steps and to put Iran in the position where you say Tehran now may actually be pushing to run even faster towards a nuclear bomb, do you think the United States should assist Israel in trying to take out Fordo? Because we are where we are. It doesn't matter where we were 5 days ago. We are where we are today.
Right. I think that if the Israelis have the capability to take it out, they will, and the U.S. will want them to do it. As you point out, the U.S. administration is going to be at a very difficult situation, a very difficult decision, deciding whether it wants to become directly involved to actually take out Fordo. And it may decide that that is going to be necessary because it doesn't want to leave Israel, but not only Israel, the whole region, including U.S. interests in the region and beyond, in the worst possible situation, which is that Iran still has the ability to rush towards the bomb because Fordo remains intact. And it now has the impetus to really do this. So I think that this will be something that the Trump administration is likely seriously contemplating because it does not want Iran to be in the position where it currently is. And it's probably, hoping that Israel is able to deliver some kind of crippling blow. But if it doesn't, that is perhaps the most likely way, barring U.S. Personnel or civilians being killed somehow in the crossfire, that America comes in directly into this conflict.
And the repercussions of that, both in the Middle East region and for the United States, would be what?
Well, I think we have to assume that Iran would throw everything that it had in retaliation. And so right now, although we really are clearly in a full-scale war between Israel and Iran, there are a number of things that have not happened yet, and that the things that involve the region. The Houthis haven't gotten involved yet. The Iranians haven't targeted any American personnel or U.S. bases in the region. The Iranians haven't targeted.
If you knock out Iran, the Houthis are going to fall quickly. The nexus, the hub for all the different smaller spokes is Iran. Iran is the hub. You knock it out, everything else is going to fall.
Any Gulf infrastructure, particularly oil infrastructure. The Iranians haven't tried to close the Strait of Hormuz. All of those things, I think, would be on the table if the...
Right, and the Iranian defense systems are degraded, if not totally eliminated. So the United States is going to be able to unclog that blockade very quickly, very quickly. So the time to act, the time to destroy the regime is now. And not only that, you have a secular part of the Iranian society that wants the theocratic regime to be overthrown, to be toppled. They want the regime to be changed. They need help. And we probably will see. I would not be surprised if Iran fell as quickly as Syria did.
The conflict escalates and the U.S. becomes directly involved beyond helping Israel defend itself. And the question there is, how much capacity do the Iranians still have? Israel is working daily.
All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news.
M&A that we've seen.
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We got an hour lined up for you. President Trump is participating in a bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada at the G7 meeting in Canada. We're going to monitor that and take any important comments for you as they cross. We'll also get the update from on the ground with David Gurl. Also, Michael McKee will be joining us from D.C. He's already there in preparation of the Fed meeting announcement coming out on Wednesday. We're going to check in with him. Plus, Ned Lazarus is Associate Professor of International Affairs at George Washington University for his latest thoughts about what's happening between Iran and Israel in the Middle East. And Sid Phillip, deputy team leader for global aviation, is in Paris for the Paris plane show.
Air show.
Air show. Thank you. Plane show fell off. About the latest.
Planes that fly in the air.
Planes that
Yes.
they do fly in the air.
Sure.
Yes, they have the turbines. Anyway, he'll give us the latest on what's happening there, particularly as it unfolds with Boeing and Airbus orders. But we're going to kick it all off for you right now with John Tucker and Bloomberg Business Flash.
Stocks are rising and oil and gold prices, they are falling. The fears of a wider conflict between Israel and Iran seem to be subsiding. At least the Wall Street Journal is reporting Iran may want to de-escalate. Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth says oil prices will determine the investors' appetite for risk at this point.
The path of oil prices will be the determinant as to whether or not this geopolitical event gets contained. So right now we're seeing relief in oil prices and reversing some of the gains we saw last night, which just suggests that markets can breathe a sigh of relief.
Right now, Brent down 276, that's down about 3.7%, 71.52 for the international benchmark. And S&P 500, 69 points higher after Friday's sell-off. It is up 1.2%, 6,046 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 460 points. The NASDAQ 100, 320 points higher. That is up 1.5%. Sarepta Therapeutics reporting a second patient died of acute liver failure. This will be treated for its gene therapy for a rare muscle disorder. And Sarepta shares, this is one of the standouts on the downside, 47% lower right now. Are you safe with two-factor authentication when you log into your accounts or various sites?
No, I bet you're not.
When companies generate messages with one of these so-called two-factor authentication codes, they almost never send them directly. Instead, they outsource the job. And so the codes pass through a thicket of intermediaries before they arrive at their destinations, and those intermediaries can see what it is that you're sending.
Oh.
Fascinating story on the Bloomberg today. So, you know.
I just get so frustrated when they don't have the face thing. Like go into one of my apps and I have to enter stuff. Like, doesn't everybody have the face recognition technology?
Yeah, but the problem is if you're like me and you did your face recognition with your makeup on, when you take it off, they don't know who you are.
Oh, that's so, it doesn't really necessarily pay to take care of your face, does it?
You have to invest in your face.
Wow, John Tucker. It's all the makeup. That's the problem.
Okay. Yeah. That's your market update. I'm John Tucker. Back to Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Christina Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at?
Looking at ConocoPhillips this morning, Paul. Yeah, energy, a big decliner today. As John Tucker mentioned, oil is down. WTI crude down more than 3% at the moment. And so ConocoPhillips, ticker COP, leading the declines in energy. Shares are down more than 2%. And that is its first decline in 7 sessions, by the way. And so the latest on that front, of course, is developments over the Iran-Israel conflict. So earlier we got the Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran has signaled it wanted to de-escalate hostilities with Israel. And so just before I came in here, Reuters was reporting as well, Iran is seeking for President Trump to press Israel for an immediate ceasefire and is offering flexibility in nuclear talks. So big developments there potentially.
Very interesting. Yeah, you definitely have some of the pure plays. And I say pure plays, but Conoco does have a huge gas business. They've been pivoting, et cetera, but that's a good barometer for what's happening in the oil price. All right, let's go to AMD.
AMD, yeah. So the flip side, that's leading gains in semiconductors today. So ticker AMD shares are up more than 8%, 9% now at the moment. So just really accelerating those increases. And so, you know, we have Piper Sandler raising their price target for that company to $140 from $125 currently. And so that implies a 21% increase from current prices. And that's because analysts are saying that some of the products they unveiled last week were positive and they expect a snapback for the graphics processing unit business in the fourth quarter.
And wrapping it up with Meta.
Meta, ticker META, that's also having a nice gain at the moment. Shares are up more than 3%. And that's because we just got news that its WhatsApp product will now start showing ads.
No, I don't like this.
In its updates tab. I know, as I'm also a WhatsApp user, not particularly happy about this, but they are monetizing that platform. So in addition to ads, by the way, they're also going to let channel operators sell subscriptions. So basically, they can create special messages, they can create channels, create special messages, and then charge or content that they will deploy just for people who subscribe to their channels. Now, the plan is for Meta to not take a cut of the subscriptions sold through the app at launch, but they will eventually take 10% of
Well,
the
when
sales.
they bought this thing, I think it was like 8 years
Oh my
ago
God,
or
no, it
something.
was more. I was just thinking the same thing. It was more than that.
More than 8?
So it was at least 10 plus years ago. Remember, it was
And-
like 7 people worked there?
Yeah, exactly. And they got like $2 billion for it. And we kept saying, when are you guys going to monetize this thing? And they kept saying, we will. Just let us get bigger and bigger and bigger. 10 years later, here we are starting to monetize it after spending that kind of money. So good stuff there. For more conversations like this, or Christina Aquino, thank you so much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Report. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. So we were doing the ConocoPhillips story.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't paying attention when I was just going down this ConocoPhillips rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized Hess is still a standalone publicly traded company.
Oh, yes.
I thought they were acquired by someone.
Okay. Okay. So here's the deal. So
explain.
Chevron, I'll explain y'all. Chevron made a bid for Hess. Hess agreed. It looked like it's all going to be awesome. They're going to merge, etc. But then Exxon now is, the case is in arbitration. Exxon says, no, Chevron, you can't buy Hess because Hess and Exxon have a part of the Guyana oil fields that they share.
That's right.
And they say by right of first refusal, Exxon should actually be, has to be wooed over in these talks. Chevron's like, what are you talking about? You didn't want to buy the company. We're not buying just the asset. We're buying the entire company. Therefore, you have no rights. And that's an arbitration. It should be decided relatively soon. But it's already been over a year.
Interesting. Because when I saw the Hess public traded, I was like, wait a minute, there was a deal there somewhere. Okay,
Yeah.
that explains it.
Did that
Thank you.
help? Was that helpful?
Very helpful. Very helpful.
Could have been clearer.
All right, let's go out to Alberta, Canada, where we find David Gurr. He's with the G7 conference out there. David Gurr, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. David, anytime the G7 gets together, big news, big to do, but maybe in this case, a little bit overshadowed by what's happening in the Middle East. To what extent are the events between Israel and Iran kind of creeping into the G7 agenda?
Yeah, so there are two big shadows here. Let me start with that one. And so we saw world leaders coming here discussing the conflict in the Middle East, issuing statements and kind of encouraging both sides in that conflict to de-escalate, to create room for some sort of diplomatic solution. We know that those conversations are continuing among these world leaders on the sidelines of the G7. There are working group sessions that are centering on international security. It's likely that's going to dominate those sessions as well. The other thing overshadowing a lot of what's on the agenda here are trade talks and sort of what these countries are saying to the U.S. about a path forward here in terms of trade deals and trade negotiations. And I should say, as we're speaking, a bilateral meeting is getting underway between President Trump and his team and Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada and his team. And you look at who is staffing that meeting, and you have the entirety almost of President Trump's economic team there. So there's an awareness on the White House's side that so many of these countries have come here to talk about trade, to talk about a path forward, because as much as they hope to cover during the course of this weekend, July 9th is a deadline that's looming very large here. That's when the pause that the president put in place is scheduled to lift on a lot of those tariffs. And so the countries who are here want to try to make some inroads with the U.S. while they can on the sidelines of this event.
What can we expect from this bilateral meeting between the Prime Minister of Canada as well as President Trump? It's reportedly happening now.
Yeah, happening now in Kananaskis. And so you go back to the meeting that these two leaders had in the Oval Office, and Prime Minister Mark Carney got a lot of praise for how he handled that. It was not a contentious meeting. It was not anything like we saw with President Trump and President Zelensky. And so I expect they're going to talk trade. They're going to talk about the economic relationship. They're going to talk about security as well. And we'll see after that if there's any sort of statement from Prime Minister Mark Carney, if there's any sort of readout. We have gotten them from the other bilateral meetings that he's had thus far. And I should say he's going into this really wanting to meet one-on-one with all of the leaders he's invited here, both the members of the G7 and others that he's invited who aren't part of that group but are significant players in terms of geoeconomics. So we'll see shortly sort of what they cover. But the meeting's scheduled to last about 45 minutes and is one on a very busy agenda for both of these world leaders.
Dave, and often at times at these types of conferences where international leaders get together, like at the G7, at the end there will be a joint statement or communique, maybe outlining kind of what they've agreed upon. Are they important, and are we going to get one this time?
Yeah, it increasingly feels like a thing of the past, Paul. And it used to be that it was just all but certain you'd get a document like that at the end of this, that all of these allies would come together and attach their signatures to it. Of course, that didn't happen in 2018 when the G7 was last in Canada, and that's kind of the the thing that everybody's looking back toward is the thing that they want to avoid. They don't want to have a circumstance where the U.S. pulls out of that communique. So going into this, Prime Minister Mark Carney sort of divined that there wouldn't be one of those at the end of all of this. There will be statements among many of these nations on a variety of issues, if that's artificial intelligence, for instance, or critical minerals, and we'll see who signs on to each of them. But that kind of broad, all-encompassing statement very much is something that seems like a thing of the past, at least when you have President Trump back in the White House. It's just something that is seen as too difficult to get everybody on board with, especially when you have the U.S., the Trump White House playing this very different role than we've seen in the past.
Well, that's what's so interesting, because usually for these bilateral meetings, the world leader comes to the Oval Office, and it seems like the manner is President Trump does his thing and then tries to disarm the leader, and then that sort of triggers whatever fallout it triggers, and how you handle that circumstances and how you manage Trump going forward. But we're not in his backyard. Like, we're in Canada at this point. It's not in the Oval Office. How does that put him in the center of the conversation?
Yeah, we have seen President Trump kind of roll out this tableau over and over again. He feels obviously very comfortable in the Oval Office, likes that scene when he and the world leader sit side by side and you have the press arrayed there. And kind of before the meeting, there's a preamble and this opportunity for reporters to ask all manner of questions. Of course, that's not the way that it works here. This is foreign soil. He's in a place that's kind of unfamiliar to him, and he just doesn't have that kind of leg up that he would have in the White House. So, you know, the hope here again from the Canadian side is that this is a beautiful place. They're staying at this lodge in a very remote place. That's going to be conducive to kind of casual or more informal talks among these world leaders. But we know that, as you say, we know what President Trump's approach is, and that's something that's really geared toward him controlling the situation, controlling sort of when the press is involved and sort of what he's able to say and how the other world leaders are due to respond. The bulk of these meetings are going to happen behind closed doors, and they're happening in a place where the press doesn't have a whole lot of access to the meetings anyways. So it's entirely different. It's not as performative, and we'll see sort of what tangible comes out of them.
From the U.S. side, David, is there expectation for any meaningful agreements to come out of it here? I'm just not even sure kind of what the agenda is when, again, President Trump is less inclined to work with others.
It's a great question. So going back to your first question, Paul, there is some hope among world leaders here. There could be kind of a unified statement when it comes to what's happening in the Middle East. Before that kicked off, before that conflict really escalated, there was a sense among the U.S. side that this would be a great forum at which the president could sit down with counterparts from around the world and talk trade and come up with these kind of skeletal deals, or at least paths forward when it comes to trade and tariffs. What we've seen sort of the run up to this summit is that being downplayed, that the likelihood of that happening is now greatly reduced. So I think there is hope among the U.S. side that maybe there could be sort of more progress on those negotiations. But again, they're sort of downplaying that we could see anything sort of concrete announced here over the course of the next 2 days.
All right, David, really appreciate it. Always lovely to get your perspective. Such great reporting and color on the ground. David Gura is correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast. And this kind of sets the stage for any economic data we're going to get this week. We also have the backdrop of Iran and Israel. And then we got the Fed meeting that we will get any kind of announcement on Wednesday. Not a lot's expected, but I bet a lot is going to be talked about. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, joins us now from Washington, D.C. Okay, so just to be totally clear, no cut, nothing on Wednesday, right?
No cuts, nothing on Wednesday. It's not a question of what now. It's a question of what next and when. That's what Wall Street's going to try to divine out of this meeting. And they'll be looking closely at what we will get from the meeting, which is a new series of economic projections and a new dot plot. The Fed is looking at GDP right now, at least in their March SEP, of 1.7% this year, unemployment of 4.4%, both of those changing a little bit from what they saw in January, and then headline PCE rising to 2.7% and core 2.8%. If any of those change, it will start to give Wall Street a different picture of how the Fed is thinking at this point. And then, of course, you look at the dot plot and see how many rate cuts they price in. Right now, Bloomberg Economics think they'll do one in December, and that's kind of the consensus of economists on Wall Street, even though the Fed funds futures price something in for October.
So, Mike, those levels you mentioned, GDP slowing, although still noticeably positive, inflation moving higher. Is the Fed comfortable with those ranges, do you think?
I think they're comfortable with those ranges, and we probably won't see them break out of them too much. They may have to acknowledge more of a slowdown in GDP in the second half of the year, although if you look at what we're getting from the Atlanta Fed GDP now for the second quarter, it's the mirror image of the first quarter. We get a big growth spurt in this quarter because of the rebound in trade. But if it's going to settle back in the second half of the year, then the question becomes, how far does it slow down? Does it slow down enough that the Fed thinks they need to move to keep the economy going? At this point, kind of the question is one that Bloomberg News just asked Wall Street economists, which was, how soon does the Fed think it will know enough in order to try to make a decision? Only 3% think in July or August, and 13% in September. You get 39% in October, and then 42% in the fourth quarter of the year. So everybody on Wall Street thinks the Fed is going to be kind of flying blind for some time. So even if we get some kind of clues out of this meeting, I'm not sure it moves the needle a whole lot in terms of investments.
One thing that has really changed in the last few days is what we saw with Iran and Israel, the spike in oil. Of course, a lot of that has retreated. It just adds another wrench. And I know you're going to say that the Fed looks through that stuff as temporary, and they look at the PCE, oil and gas and food, and I totally get that. But it does add a layer of uncertainty when it comes to inflation and then inflation expectations on the consumer side.
Well, it does for a couple of reasons. One, in terms of inflation expectations, if people think inflation is going to go up, then they may pull forward their spend while they can before their dollars are worth less, or they may feel it'll put the economy into recession, and so they pull back on spending entirely. And it's not true that oil doesn't impact overall inflation. It obviously gets taken out of the core because it's volatile. But if it's up long enough, then it will have an impact on the prices of a lot of goods that go into making other things, chemicals and pharmaceuticals and things that use petroleum in their production processes. So it does add a layer of complexity to what the Fed's going to be looking forward to.
How's the Fed view the labor market, Mike? Because there's definitely some concerns out there. People, I've been reading a lot over the weekend about, the crackdown on illegal immigration really is impacting certain industries, and even President Trump is thinking about altering his policies a little bit. How does the Fed think about that dynamic in the labor market?
Well, the problem for the Fed is they know that if the labor force shrinks, it's going to cause problems, and it will probably push prices up, particularly if they deport a lot of people in the agricultural industries and there's nobody around to pick the vegetables. But the problem is you don't know yet the extent of that effect, and so they can't do much about it. They know something's going to happen, but they don't have a real defense against it at this point. And even if you're in a situation like that, even if you did move interest rates, it probably isn't going to solve the problem. So for them, it is one more layer of complexity. And the interesting thing is, too, in terms of where the economy goes from here, trying to figure out potential growth. If the labor force shrinks, then your potential growth is slower. So then the Fed might need to lower interest rates longer term. But again, that's something they're not going to know for a while.
Before I let you go, quick question. Is it going to be inflation or employment that's going to have the Fed more stressed?
Well, for right now, they're more stressed, I think, about inflation because the tariffs are getting near, and we're already seeing a few impacts. Even though inflation was tame in May, we saw some sectors that saw increases, and a lot of people at the Fed and economists on Wall Street are thinking we're going to see a lot more in July and August. So at this point, they're worried about that happening. They note that companies say they're holding on to workers for right now because it was so hard to hire them coming out of the pandemic. The question is, do people start letting people go? And if some big companies do, there's then a dam break and a lot of people get put out of work, and then everybody calls for a recession.
So what's topic number one, Mike? Just as we sit back here, we're just here in the news area trying to process what's going on in the Middle East. But if you're the Fed, it's just focus on this economic data. That's still job one for them, right?
It's still job one. They are sort of retreating into their mandate, saying we are responsible for inflation and we are responsible for employment, and that's all. We're not going to worry about other things. So everything that happens in the world, from tariffs to the Middle East, is all about how it rebounds onto the U.S. economy, what impact it has on inflation and unemployment. And not only does that keep them out of political trouble, talking about the big, beautiful bill, but it also admits that their power is limited in this case.
Yep, for sure. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Mike McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. All right, let's take a look at these markets here. You're looking at an S&P that is still up by 1.1%. Want to get right to a Bloomberg Business Flash, and for that, we go to John Tucker.
And this is being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Well, Tehran signaling it wants to de-escalate hostilities with Israel.
All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great dual-purpose deodorants that I have. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed these deodorants. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum and no baking soda, all natural ingredients from the Himalayas. Please go to my store and get the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree deodorant or the citrus deodorant. Now, these are for males or females. You use it every day as a deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the deodorants. They're dual purpose. And also, get the Structural Nano Silver toothpaste that I have. Structural Nano Silver toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce the inflammation at the gum line, and help with gum health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the best toothpaste that you can purchase on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. Get $5 off any order. And again, get a free gift if you spend $150 or more. All right, I want to play this clip. It's about 4 minutes long from CNBC about Iran and Israel conflict.
Well, Israel has struck Iranian oil storage facilities and parts of Iran's biggest natural gas field as well this weekend. But that's not having an impact on the price of oil, perhaps something of a surprise. Let's get to Brian Sullivan, of course, who covers all of these markets and so much more for us. Brian, what's your take in terms of the moves here we've seen in the commodity itself, given all the news?
The take, guys, is that, and by the way, let's hope that what Megan was talking about, some kind of negotiated peace, let's all hope that occurs. And I think the market is reflecting the optimism right now that that indeed happens. I think the big part of this story is not that oil moved last week. It's that oil is not moving right now. So here are kind of the quick headlines as we know them. Oil is down. Natural gas is up. OPEC not yet responding with more oil. And by the way, they may not. Side note, Iran is actually the rotating president of OPEC this year. And the critical aspect, David and Carl and Sarah, the Strait of Hormuz is still busy. That is critical to watch. And of course, U.S. production is at a record high, right under 13.5 million barrels a day. Let's quickly dig into more. All right, so as we know over the weekend, Israel hitting 4 energy targets in Iran, but here's the key. Those targets were almost entirely focused on domestic energy production. It's basically meant to drive up gasoline prices in Iran. One strike was on Iran's South Pars gas field. That's critical to watch. Biggest natural gas field in the world, largely offshore and actually shared on the other side of the Persian Gulf by Qatar. Israel, for its part, shutting down 2 natural gas production areas. A little risky in the long term. Israel needs natural gas to make electricity. 70% of its electricity comes from natural gas power. So Israel wants to get those turned back on as soon as it can. But by shutting them off, it's setting the price of natural gas a little bit higher. So why is oil down? Well, as I noted, oil is down because there is no disruption to the Strait of Hormuz, at least not yet. This is the critical aspect to watch. Cannot express that enough. If we start to see mines laid down or missiles flying or ship traffic impacted at all in the straits, then oil is likely going to pop by a lot, but it will not until that happens, and let's hope it doesn't. So what about OPEC? Will OPEC respond, guys, to more oil? Keep in mind, 8 countries in OPEC already previously agreeing to add 411,000 more barrels per day to the market. Something else to watch, and this is interesting, seems to be a very different feeling about the current situation between OPEC and the International Energy Agency, the IEA. Look at this note OPEC put out over the weekend. They said, quote, OPEC confirms no developments in supplier demand that warrant unnecessary changes. In other words, guys, OPEC doesn't see a reason to add more oil to the market right now. But the head of the IEA gave a slightly different message to the market, writing this, quote, the IEA is actively monitoring the impact on oil markets from the Iran-Israel situation. Markets are well supplied today, but we are ready to act if needed. The IEA security system, kind of their strategic petroleum reserve, has over 1.2 billion barrels of emergency stocks and have proved vital to safeguarding the world economy. OPEC, guys, didn't like that tweet and added this to their communique saying, quote, today's statement by the IEA executive director regarding current market conditions and the potential use of emergency stocks raises false alarms and projects a sense of fear through talking about using emergency stocks. So a little more back and forth between the two organizations. They rarely see eye to eye these days. It's maybe taking it up a notch. And again, I can't highlight enough, guys, the rotating president of OPEC is Iran. It's a guy named Mohsen Paknejad. He is the president for this year, and the head of Saudi Aramco recently saying that oil can help with diplomacy. Maybe we're going to find out, very rare, once every 5-year OPEC seminar happening 3 weeks from now in Austria. That, maybe in the G7 too, could be some kind of scene of real diplomacy.
Here's how a doctor treats.
Well, Israel.
All right, let's see if there's another video here that I want to play. All right, this one is about 5 minutes long. It's a clip about Iran's seriousness about giving up its enrichment capacity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel that I have in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Have some gel at home or at work. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose product and you will need it. So just be prepared. You can use it as a daily skincare. Put it on your skin at night. Exfoliate in the morning is a great way to do it. Another way is aftershave. After you shave, put the gel on your skin and it'll soothe the skin and reduce the razor burn. Help to heal the skin. If you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, put it on there and it'll help to heal. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Get the gel. You never know when you need it. It's better to be prepared than not prepared. If you spend $150 or more on an order, you will get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen to this.
Joining us now is Wendy Sherman, former Deputy Secretary of State. Wendy also led the U.S. negotiating team from 2011 to 2015 on an agreement that limited Iran's nuclear activity. Wendy, it's great to have you on the show. First of all, I mean, how much credence do you put in this reporting? Does it sound realistic that Iran would be U.S. to come to the table at this point?
Well, I would not be surprised if Steve Witkoff and Foreign Minister Araghchi haven't been in touch with each other. That would not surprise me. And the Wall Street Journal article seems to imply that through intermediaries, particularly to Arab states, they've urged a ceasefire. Now, they've said they would offer more flexibility, but I doubt seriously that Iran is ready to give up any enrichment capacity whatsoever. But I certainly prefer diplomacy over the situation that we have now, which is not in anybody's long-term interest. We all don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. The question is, how do you get there? And I think if we stay where we are right now, this fight between Israel and Iran, and Israel certainly has a right to defend itself, could go on for some time. And that's not good for stability. That's not good for oil prices. That's not good for economic stability in the world.
So do you see it as realistic, though, that Iran would agree to something that Israel would agree to when it comes to nuclear disarmament?
Well, I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu, with full support from opposition parties in Israel, believes that he is onto something now to try to force Iran to agree to dismantle its entire program. I think that there's no question that what Israel's doing is quite punishing to Iran, not only the decapitation of its military leadership, but also doing some degrading of the nuclear facilities, though the most extensive facility is underground at Fordo, and Israel cannot take it out without the United States' help. We have the bomb that will do that. We have the aircraft that can deliver it. Israel does not. So Israel's going to continue to push, as are some hardliners in our own country, for the United States to get engaged. The president is trying to not make that happen. I agree with him on that. He'd like to get back to negotiations. And in my view, that is far preferable, but I'm not sure we'll see the end to this anytime soon.
Well, yeah, if Israel is demanding the cessation of all uranium enrichment by Iran, do you think that that is a goal that could be reached?
I think under the current circumstances, there's certainly pressure on Iran, but enrichment, Iran believes is its right under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Other countries, including some European countries, would agree with that. The United States does not believe that it is a right. Neither Democratic presidents nor Republican presidents have believed that. What President Obama did in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which I helped to negotiate, said that Iran might be able to maintain some very, very low-level enrichment under very extensive verification and monitoring by the International Atomic Energy Agency. That deal was working until, of course, in 2018, when President Trump decided to exit. Now we are where we are.
Do you think, Wendy, we're in a moment where those who have historically favored diplomacy, maybe a more dovish path, now see the opportunity being so close that they would graduate to arguing that maybe we supply some of those assets that would maybe take this threat out for good?
Carl, I think that certainly there's this wish we all have for Iran not to have this capacity at all. That said, if the United States gets engaged in taking out Fordo, helping to get to the underground of Natanz, which Israel has only been able to degrade the on-ground part of Natanz, but not the underground enrichment capability. Without the U.S., it's not going to be possible. And if we get engaged, then I think diplomacy is off the table for quite some time. I think that you will see a lot of instability in the Middle East. You may see Iran then take actions like trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. They have cyber capabilities. They have landmine capabilities. They have terrorism capabilities. So I think it's a very dangerous step to take. President Trump, I agree with him in this, is trying to be cautious about taking that step. But I certainly understand the impulse to think that one could get rid of this capability once and for all. The risks, however, are quite great. I also find myself agreeing with President Trump. If it is true that he told Israel not to take out the supreme leader when Israel had a chance to do that, because I think that all Muslim nations would have had to rise up against us being part of an assassination of a leader of a sovereign country.
Unfortunately, he is a theocracy, and he's threatening the rest of the world with the build out of his weapon systems. No, we need to decapitate the Ayatollah, 100%. All right.
The other G7 partners.
Let's listen into live now.
Looking forward to the meeting. I'm grateful to have you.
Very much, Mark. I appreciate it, and we've developed a very good relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And we have a whole group of people, some traders and some other people. I see my top economy people. But we have a very talented group of people, and you do too, and I know they work together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8. And now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table. So it makes life more complicated. But you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot. And I expect to. And I think our primary focus will be trade and trade with Canada. And I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so much. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what is holding up a deal with Canada from your perspective?
It's not so much holding up. I think we have different concepts. I have a tariff concept. Mark has a different concept, which is something that some people like. But we're going to see if we can get to the bottom of it today. I'm a tariff person. I've always been a tariff. It's simple, it's easy, it's precise, and it just goes very quickly. And I think Mark has a more complex idea, but also very good. So we're going to look at both, and we're going to see what we're going to come out with something.
Mr. President, do you think a deal is achievable within days, within weeks? Is there that kind of runway?
Yeah, it's achievable. Both parties have to agree. Yeah, sure.
Mr. President,
have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that.
And you mentioned Putin. Do you think that he should have a seat at the G7 today, that it should be the G8?
I'm not saying he should at this point, because too much water's gone over the dam, maybe. But it was a big mistake. Obama didn't want him, and the head of your country, the proud head of your country, didn't want him. This was a big mistake. You wouldn't have that war. You know, you have your enemy at the table. Even, I don't even consider him, he wasn't really an enemy at that time. There was no concept. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But likewise, if he were a member of what was called the G8 at that time, it was always the G8, you wouldn't have a war right now.
Why not? What intelligence support are you providing Israel?
We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Why not have China at the G8? Why not have China here, the biggest economy in the world, after the United States?
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody wants to suggest China coming in, I think we suggest. But you want to have people that you can talk to. You know, they don't talk to. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8. As I would be, as you would be, as anybody would be. He was very insulted. And, I mean, he was thrown out by Trudeau, who convinced one or two people, along with Obama. He was thrown out. And he's not a happy person about it, I can tell you that. He basically doesn't even speak to the people that throw him out. And I agree with him. Go ahead.
Why are you ordering ICE to target Democratic inner cities? Let's find that.
I don't know what you're saying.
You did a post last night where you said you want ICE to really target Democrats.
Yeah, I want them to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. I look at New York, I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country, Pritzker. But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals. And, you know, New York and L.A., look at L.A. L.A., those people weren't from LA. They weren't from California, most of those people, many of those people. And yeah, that's the focus. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities, and they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to exercise my role, if you will, as G7 chair, since we have a few more minutes with the president and his team, and then we actually have to start the meeting to address some of these big issues. So, alors, merci beaucoup. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Out. So, guys. Out.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admin.
Fellow at the Simpson Center in Washington. Most likely we'll go out. Let's see if we could hear anything.
All right, we might go to Al Jazeera. Let's go. We might go to Al Jazeera here, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you'd like to help support the work, please go to my website, purchase the products. If you are a domestic audience or a foreign audience and you'd like to donate, you could donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website. But I have great products for the domestic audience. I ship in the United States, and these supplements are supplements that I take. I'm going to tell you how to stack them, but these are supplements that will slow down the aging process. If you follow this health protocol that I have, you will notice a slowing down of the aging process and an improvement of different organ systems. So let's talk about the skin, the hair, the nails, your joints, your musculature, and your bones, your cartilage. Collagen is a supplement that you should be taking every day. You get a big scooper in here. Take a full scoop each day, mix it with soft foods, filtered water, smoothie, or milk. And it has an amino acid profile shown on the screen here. You can read the label on my website. And take this every day. Do some resistance training. And what you're going to notice is that your skin, your hair, your nails are going to improve. Your joints are going to get stronger. Your cartilage is going to be stronger and rejuvenated. And not just that, you're going to notice that your musculature and your bone density improves. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And also, I have a dual purpose product, and that dual purpose product is the olive leaf extract. This will help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. Olive leaf extract brings down inflammation. That's important for your immune system. By bringing down chronic inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system. Chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. So you want to bring that down, boost up that immune system. And at the vascular level, bringing down inflammation reduces plaque formation. Olive leaf extract also helps with your lipid profile. It'll help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's important because by bringing down LDL, you're reducing the chance of oxidized LDL, which is the beginnings of plaque formation, because it's macrophages that eats the oxidized LDL, and those macrophages turn into foam cells, harden, and eventually turn into plaque. You don't want that. So what you want is to bring down inflammation and bring down those LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So please go to my store, get the olive leaf extract, dual purpose product. All right, let's listen into Al Jazeera here for a few minutes.
Trump to say that this has to end, to support a UN Security Council resolution demanding that the war end, that Israel stop the attacks. And so far, he's not been willing to do that. So I'm not sure what the conversation is like. I know that the E3, I believe, Britain, France, and Germany have talked about trying to get involved, but the decider here is really Donald Trump.
Okay, Barbara Slavin, stay there because we will be coming back to you once again. At the moment, we want to go to Fuad Izzadi. He's a professor of international relations at Tehran University. Earlier when we were speaking, you said that you personally knew the state TV presenter, a very well-known figure in Iran. Are you hearing any more about from relatives or families on their thoughts of seeing the state TV being hit in this way? And do we know if she or others were injured? Is she back on TV again? Has it resumed broadcasting?
I was with you for the last number of minutes. I can check on that once I'm not on air. But what I can tell you is that I've been to this studio. The Iranian television has a number of buildings. This studio is located in the first floor of the main building. It's a huge building. It's a glass building. And normally about 1,000 people, civilians, work in that building. It's a huge building. A lot of people work there. And that's the main news area of Iran's television. So you have a lot of journalists there.
Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
And is that there has to be some relationship here. What that looks like, I think, is still very much inchoate. They're trying to figure that out.
David, CBS is reporting that Trump will not sign the G7 statement on Israel and Iran. Are you aware of a statement, and are you hearing that type of news as well?
So we know that statement has been floating around among members of the G7. And as we've talked about over the course of the morning, Paul, there's no effort here to have kind of a broad communique on all manner of issues here at the G7. So we know that Iran is one of the kind of smaller documents that the leaders here are trying to get as many signatures on as possible. My understanding, our reporting has indicated that that was being passed around. Some leaders had signed on to it, the U.S. had not. So I can't confirm what CBS is reporting, but I do know that that's something that still had been held up by the U.S. here over these last few hours.
There was also some statement that President Trump said that if Russia was still part of the G7 as the G8 as it was before the annexation of Crimea, that currently what would have happened with Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Well, and that's a staggering statement.
I mean, staggering on many levels. And so we know this is a president who's very fond of those counterfactuals. If it's Russia and Ukraine, he likes to say, as he repeated this morning, that they wouldn't have happened had he been in power. That's astonishing. I think the second layer of astonishment stems from the fact that he wants Russia to be included in this group once again. That's something that I think every other member of this group would decidedly say they don't want. He also indicated that he thinks that China should have a seat at the table here at these talks as well. It gets to this sense of what the G7 is, sort of what it's become, and it's evolved a lot. This used to be kind of a group of friends and close allies who can have these conversations as very close allies. It's no longer that. The U.S. is playing a role that's kind of upsetting that kind of balance that we'd seen over so many years.
David Gurr, thank you so much. We appreciate that. David Gurr, correspondent for Bloomberg and host of the Big Take podcast, joining us remotely from Alberta, Canada at the G7 meetings. We'll have David's reporting throughout the day and throughout the G7 meetings. S&P 500 holding the gains of the day, up 66 points. That's 1.1%. NASDAQ doing better, up 1.6%. This is Bloomberg.
All right, so let's take a look at. I want to listen to GB News here.
حزب صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استادیوم.
This woman was talking and Israel blew up the building or something.
Wow. So a direct hit on that building, Martin. And there are other images we're seeing now that shows that headquarters building ablaze. We're told that other state TV affiliated buildings within Tehran have also been targeted and severely damaged as well. So Israel, it seems, going after what they see as the state propaganda arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Mark White, those of us with long memories of previous encounters know this is part of the copybook. Take down the state propaganda, the television. It's a part, seemingly, of a creep towards a wider war. Yes, and one wonders what that might do in terms of perhaps rallying those within the population who are anti-regime. We had a video statement from Benjamin Netanyahu just a couple of days ago, and although the Israeli government is saying that the aim of their mission is not regime change, it was clear that Benjamin Netanyahu was urging members of the public to rise up and overthrow the mullahs. So although it's not the stated aim, they're going after Iran's ability to build a nuclear weapon, it is one byproduct of this operation that they would welcome. Thank you, Mark White. Sensational images there, really is like dramatic of TV studio being bombed in real time. Thank you, Mark White. Get back to the studio now for some reaction. I'm still joined by Nora Lee Knotson. Nora Lee, part of the issue of Iran, it has no free media whatsoever. In fact, Elon Musk was saying that Starlink is now in operation for the first time. The internet is banned in Iran. There is no challenging media. The state media is pure propaganda. Taking it out is a clear sign that they want to destabilize the regime in other ways other than just militarily.
I think that's a very good point you make, and it does underline the fact that this conflict is going to escalate. The fact that Trump doesn't want to sign the agreement with G7 to de-escalate, and clearly he says Israel has the right to defend itself. Other countries have come out and also said Iran has the right to defend itself. But the American people who voted for Donald Trump voted for him on the basis no new wars, peace in the Middle East with Israel and Gaza, peace between Russia and Ukraine, and we've just seen all of this blow up in our faces.
Quite literally. On state TV there. Adam and Cherry, quick 30 seconds. It seems like things are ratcheting upwards now.
Yeah, Nora, I mean, we were just talking about this briefly in the break. The soft power option with Iran didn't work. That was the Obama doctrine. That was the Iran deal.
Right.
So I'm not. You're asking me, Martin, but it's just interesting. Surely hard power is the only option here. They can't be negotiated with.
I would disagree with you because one, they're part of the non-proliferation treaty. We had people there to inspect. Now we have nobody there to inspect, and they have no nuclear weapons.
We have to leave it there, guys. All eyes on that conflict. Now, please stay with us. I'm about to speak to a grooming gang survivor about the latest findings in the case report. You will not want to miss out. They're really the only people who matter in this.
All right, let's listen to BBC News here.
A fourth day, Israel says it has full aerial operational control over Tehran after Iran hit Israeli cities with a wave of missiles overnight. Our correspondent Anna Foster is in Jerusalem covering all of the latest developments for us.
A Friday morning. Now, Israel's...
I'm sorry, let's just replay that.
Now, we start in the Middle East, where strikes between Israel and Iran are now on their fourth day. Israel says it has full aerial operational control over Tehran after Iran hit Israeli cities with a wave of missiles overnight. Our correspondent Anna Foster is in Jerusalem covering all of the latest developments for us.
Let me bring you right up to date with the latest on the conflict between Israel and Iran and hostilities here in the Middle East, which continue to increase as 4 days now have passed since those attacks that Israel launched on Iran in the very early hours of Friday morning. Now, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has warned that the residents of Tehran would, as he put it, pay the price for Iranian attacks on his country's citizens. But he has since qualified that statement that he put on social media. He said that there was no intention to physically harm the city's residents. Now, Israel says the number of people who've been killed by Iranian missiles has risen to 24 since Friday, with 8 of those deaths coming overnight from Sunday into Monday. There were missile attacks against Haifa and Tel Aviv. Now, Iran's health ministry says that more than 220 people have been killed in Israeli attacks since Friday. It's called on European nations to stop what it describes as an Israeli aggression. And the Israeli military says that it killed 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials with a targeted airstrike, and says it now has full aerial operational control over the Iranian capital, Tehran. So it is a fast-moving conflict, as you know, things developing and changing all of the time. We've also been seeing pictures from Tehran of people desperately trying to leave that city. Long queues of cars, traffic jams, as people try to leave. Of course, as these Israeli attacks continue, people there trying to protect themselves and their families, and they feel that the best way to do it is to try and get out of the Iranian capital, Tehran, at the moment. Now, Israel has been also experiencing, seeing and hearing and feeling these barrages of Iranian missiles that have been coming towards Haifa, towards Tel Aviv as well. I just want to show you these pictures filmed by our BBC cameraman, Robbie Wright. This is what it looked like early this morning in Tel Aviv. You can see and hear there the sound and the sight of those Iranian missiles being intercepted in the sky high above Israel by its air defense systems. But some of those missiles do get through. And our Middle East correspondent, Hugo Bashega, is at one of those sites that was hit in one of those barrages of Iranian missiles. Hugo, what is happening where you are?
Yeah, and I'm here in the city of Petah Tikva. This is, one of the cities where there's, an Iranian missile hit a building. So let me just show you, because behind me we can see this 20-story building that was hit. You can see this huge hole in the building. This is the point of impact of this missile. And this attack happened at around 4 o'clock in the morning, and at least 4 people were killed here. And 2 of the victims had been inside bomb shelters at the time of the attack, and the missile struck a wall between the shelters, and the walls of the shelter didn't, collapsed as a result of this direct impact here. Now, there's a lot of work here. All morning, residents have been coming to the buildings. This is a residential complex with 4 buildings. All of them have been damaged. They've been coming here, visiting their flats, if possible, collecting some objects. They don't know when they're going to be able to return to their homes, but there is a lot of work to repair the damage already happening. And I think the feeling that I got from talking to people here, and also yesterday in a different city that had been attacked, is that people are in shock with the scenes that they're seeing here, and I think there's also the feeling that they felt they were protected by the country's air defense systems. Obviously, Israel has a very sophisticated layer of protection, and now they're saying that this system is not perfect. I mean, I think the strategy here, the Iranian strategy, is to fire dozens, if not hundreds, of missiles and drones at the same time, trying to overwhelm the country's air defense system. So it's almost inevitable that some missiles are going to penetrate this layer of defense. And the authorities have been telling the population here in Israel that this is a robust, strong system, but it is not perfect. So they've been telling the public to follow the instructions. There's a state of emergency here to seek shelter when these attacks happen. And the indications from the Israeli authorities are that these attacks against Iran are going to continue. Perhaps this is a prolonged campaign, not days, but weeks. And they're saying that they expect attacks like this to continue.
Business owners have to lead by example, work every day without excuses, with unending energy.
Hugo Beshega in Petah Tikva, thank you for joining us. Well, BBC Verify has been looking at what satellite imagery can tell us about the damage that's been inflicted by Israel on Iran's military infrastructure and nuclear facilities. Let's hear more from BBC Verify's Melon Thomas.
As Iran and Israel continue launching strikes, satellite imagery can give us an insight into what's happening on the ground. And it's particularly useful when looking at Iran, where it's incredibly difficult for BBC journalists to operate. Now, let's take a closer look. We've been examining satellite images of Israeli strikes on military infrastructure and nuclear facilities across Iran. These are some of the areas in Iran that we've been analysing. Now, this is an image from the 15th of June of a missile base in Bitchute, which has been hit. And you can see really clear damage from space in the roof of this building. And elsewhere, we can see several areas of damage at the international airport in Tabriz, which is near a reported military base. Now, we've compared images taken on the 13th and the 14th of June, and you can see this blackened area in the center of the main runway here, and you can see signs of damage to a taxiway at one end, 2 points here where it meets the main runway. And have a look at this. This is Natanz. That's a nuclear site, where you can see damage here in an image on the 14th of June. Now, according to analysis from the Institute for Space and International Security, this electrical substation here was damaged alongside the pilot fuel enrichment plant as well. Now, at BBC Verify, we're still examining more satellite imagery from elsewhere in the country, and we're speaking to experts who can help us understand more about what type of damage we're seeing, and they can tell us what type of targets have been hit too.
Well, the head of the nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, has been talking about damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Now, he says there has been no further damage since Israel's attack was launched on Friday. Rafael Grossi has been addressing what has been called as an extraordinary session of the International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors to discuss those strikes. He said there had been no more damage at the Natanz site in central Iran.
There has been no indication of a physical attack on the underground cascade hall containing part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant and the main fuel enrichment plant. However, the loss of power to the cascade hall may have damaged the centrifuges located there. The level of radioactivity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged and at normal levels, indicating no external radiological impact to the population or the environment from this event.
Well, Mr. Grossi also said that there was no change to radioactivity levels at the Isfahan nuclear site, another key site in Iran. It was also damaged on Friday, but he did have this warning about the ongoing conflict.
Military escalation threatens lives, increases the chance of a radiological release with serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation.
Well, that was what Rafael Grossi, the head of the IAEA, had to say at that extraordinary meeting. You can see the level of concern that's been caused by those attacks on Iran's nuclear infrastructure, generally on what it could mean for the civilian population there, and more widely afield as well. Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Gia Gol, from BBC Persian. They, of course, are constantly in touch with people inside Iran. Gia, what do you think that Israel is trying to achieve here? Because the official message is it's about trying to defend Israel, it's about trying to stop Iran from developing a nuclear bomb, but more and more people are talking about an ambition from Israel of regime change in Iran.
Exactly. And if you look what Prime Minister Netanyahu has said in the past few days, he is very clear. He wants regime change in Iran. He has called on Iranian people to rise up against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And if you look what they have done in the past few days, yesterday they wiped out the entire leadership of Iranian Revolutionary Guards Intelligence Unit. When we talk about military intelligence, we normally deal with military issues, but Revolutionary Guards Intelligence Unit, they have been very pivotal in suppressing dissidents inside Iran and outside the country. In fact, 2022, there was a mass uprising across the country. IRGC and also its intelligence unit were very crucial in suppressing that uprising. And also today, the IDF says they have targeted Iranian Revolutionary Guards Elite Quds Unit Center in Tehran. It's all seems to me Israel trying to weakening Iranian security forces, which many of them are being used also against dissidents inside Iran. It's all clear. Israel seems to have that policy by weakening Iranian security forces domestically, pave the way and create an environment for Iranian people who are not happy with the situation in Iran, with economic situation, with inflation, and many frankly call this war, it is the regime wars, not their wars. That's why I think trying to create that momentum for Iranian people to rise up. But the defense minister, Mr. Katz, very clearly yesterday said Tehran civilian could be a target. Certainly, it's not in line with what Prime Minister has been saying in the past 2 days.
GR, just briefly, we've seen people trying to leave Tehran, big traffic jams. What do people know? What kind of information are they getting there inside Iran about what is unfolding, what is happening?
Well, Israel has been warning people leave area which is close to military and secret facilities. But the problem is many Iranian people in Tehran, they have no clue where those facilities, where those bases, factories are based, because many of them are secret built places, nobody knows about it. That's why many are extremely worried. They are trying to leave, and even today police says all the entrance of the city is open for people to leave the city if they wish.
Gia Gol, our BBC Persian correspondent, thank you so much for joining us, for your insight as this conflict continues to escalate. There really is no sign that those continuing waves of retaliatory strikes that we're seeing between the two sides, another one here in Israel, barrage of Iranian missiles that arrived at about 4 o'clock this morning. And again, those pictures that we're seeing from Iran, with Israel saying that some of its most senior intelligence leaders have been killed in the last 24 hours. And the biggest oil refinery in the country has also been set alight by Iranian attacks. So it is very fast moving, it's a very complex story, even for the diplomats to follow. But that is the question really about how this might be resolved, what might be next for this conflict, and if anybody has the ability, I suppose, to control what Israel and Iran decide to do next. Well, joining me now is Vali Nasser, a professor of International Affairs and Middle East Studies at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News. What is your assessment of what you're seeing so far, and whether there is anything that could be happening in the next sort of 24, 48 hours, short term, that could bring this to a halt? Because at the moment, people are saying that this could last for weeks or even longer.
I do not see a stop to this conflict in the short term, because this is now a full-fledged war. Israel has started this war with the aim of destroying Iran's nuclear program, and it's not close to having achieved that. And it wanted also to downgrade and destabilize the Iranian state. It has assassinated a number of leaders. It has hit a lot of targets, but it hasn't achieved that either. And if in the face of Iranian missiles, Israel was to stop now, it would look like it has failed in its mission. Similarly, Iran does not want to be seen that it has caved to Israeli military attack, and it wants to push Israel to recalibrate and recalculate the cost that it's incurring by waging this war. I think the two sides are going to bloody one another for a while longer before there might be an opening for any kind of a ceasefire conversation.
Hi,
I'm done.
Who has influence on what is happening right now? So, for example, in the last 24 hours or so, we heard that Israel had plans to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei. But the US President Donald Trump put paid to that and said that he would not support it, and that's why it didn't happen. Equally, a suggestion that Russia's Vladimir Putin might start to become some sort of peacemaker, which would be a departure for him to get involved and arrange some sort of ceasefire. Who is really in control here of what's going on?
The only country that literally can actually bring about some form of ceasefire or mediate is the United States, because the United States alone has influence with Israel, the kind of influence that can change Israel's position. And also the United States has the kind of leverage with Iran in form of nuclear negotiations, sanctions relief that would be of interest to the Iranians. President Trump could use President Putin as a go-between, but President Putin cannot do that on his own. And I think President Trump saying that he vetoed the killing of Iran's supreme leader may or may not be true. But the reason that he's saying it is to provide political space for the Iranian leadership to accept a U.S. mediating role. So he's trying to play good cop in order to be able to have some kind of an influence on the outcome.
Bali Nasser, thank you for joining us, for sharing your analysis with us. Really appreciate it. And that is really key right now, is who actually has the power to try and affect what's happening here in the Middle East. And certainly all eyes are on the US, particularly as the US President Donald Trump over the weekend has really oscillated between several different positions, at times seeming to support what was happening. And that was after the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio put out a statement very early on distancing the US from what was happening. There were real concerns for both US, UK, French and other assets here in the region. So I think, Lucy, one thing that we're going to be talking about a lot more in these next few days, and which I know you're about to talk more about now, is diplomacy. When world leaders are getting together, the conversations that they are having, they will really be trying to work out how they can perhaps navigate a path through this between two sides, neither of whom at the moment wants to back down.
Anna Foster there with the very latest for us from Jerusalem. We do have lots of live.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do. All this is for free. Please donate, if you could, on my website through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. Also, take a look at the great supplements that I offer and get them. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now let's talk about a great stack here that will help with your health and wellness. Omega-3 will help to bring down systemic inflammation and also help to prevent your red blood cells from overclotting. In addition, omega-3 will help to control your lipid profile. It's going to help to bring down LDL and increase your HDL levels. Super important to reduce plaque formation. So take omega-3. Also take it with vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex is very important for your cellular metabolism. The first 4 B vitamins help with mitochondrial health, so it'll boost up your energy levels. And B12 helps with neural protection. So you need to help with your neural health, but not just with neural health, it's helping the cellular metabolism of all your cells. So please take the vitamin B complex, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Good night formula, super important to get those REM cycles and deep sleep cycles that you need to detoxify your body, to have more energy when you have a well-rested sleep, and to consolidate memory. A lot of people that have a chronic problem with sleep, right? They're sleep deprived chronically. What will happen is you're going to build up toxins, your memory will decline, and you'll have less energy. And over time, could get early onset of dementia. So it's very important to get a good night's sleep. All right. It's very, very important. And when you have proper sleep, you're slowing down the aging process. That's part of the protocol, is proper sleep. So get the Good Night formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA and passion flower. Take it every night and get a good night's sleep. Now, clarity factor. Clarity factor is going to get rid of that brain fog. It'll allow you to concentrate on tasks. And this is great for school or for work, or even if you're retired. Learn new things. And what you're going to start noticing is that your memory is improving, you're thinking faster, you don't have that brain fog, you're not mentally sluggish. So take this every day, drink it with filtered water. Make sure that you stay away from processed foods and make sure that the water you drink is filtered. Super important. And take clarity factor every day. And over time, what you're going to notice is that you're going to have this positive neuroplasticity. And with that positive neuroplasticity, you're going to be thinking faster, you're going to have better memory, you're going to be able to concentrate better. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor. Super important. So a great stack is the clarity factor, the omega-3 to help with the cardiovascular health, the good night formula so you're sleeping properly and slowing down the aging process, and the vitamin B complex to protect your neurons and to improve your energy levels and your cellular metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Click that link, go to the store, and get the supplements. All right, let's listen in to CNBC here.
With Israel and Iran pressing forward with attacks. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engels with us this morning. He's on the ground in Tel Aviv. Richard, it's good to see you. Markets had to field so many headlines over the weekend. Talk about how you're viewing the current framework right now.
Well, this is different than previous conflicts. This is different than previous exchanges of fire between Israel and Iran. This is much more like an open war between Israel and Iran. It feels like there's nothing almost off limits. The two sides are attacking each other's cities. This began, of course, on Friday. So we're now in day 4. And it began with that targeted surprise strike by Israel, where Israel used drones. Some of those drones smuggled in to Iran by the Mossad. They've released some images of how they did that. Some carried out by air attacks on nuclear facilities. But it expanded over the weekend, and now the Iranian government is under attack. Government buildings, the police headquarters, the Quds Force, which is part of their security force, has also been hit. And generally, the Israeli missile defense has been strong. Most of the incoming fire of the ballistic missiles that Iran has been firing and some drones have been shot down. But that system is being challenged, and a growing number of those missiles are getting through, and the death toll in this country is rising. It is now more than 20 Israelis who've been killed. I just came from a satellite city called Petah Tikva, which is about a 20-minute drive outside of Tel Aviv, where I am now, and an apartment building there took a direct hit, and several people were killed in their safe room. Now, safe rooms are ubiquitous in this country. People either have bunkers underneath their buildings or new homes are generally built with reinforced rooms in them. In this case, the ballistic missile slammed right into a safe room. So even though the air raid signals went off, people had forewarning. They did what they were supposed to do. They went to their safe room. Several people were killed nonetheless in Petah Tikva. So this is a different kind of conflict that Israel's faced before. It's not facing a militia group embedded within the state. It is fighting a state itself. And Iran has declared that it will keep fighting, although Iran does say it is open to negotiations, but it has canceled this current round of talks that was supposed to have taken place this weekend.
Is there any talk from the Israelis about how successful they have been at this point in their objectives?
The Israelis say that they have freedom of movement, freedom to operate over the skies in Iran, but they talk about this as an open-ended campaign. Prime Minister Netanyahu just said that he's not looking for a ceasefire at this moment. He's looking to achieve this country's military objectives, which technically speaking, are limiting, if not destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities, destroying its ballistic missile capabilities. But now the targets are going well beyond that, attacking fuel depots. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has called on the Iranian people to rise up. So it seems that his goal is more of regime change. And when he says he's not looking for a ceasefire and he's telling the people of Iran to seize this moment, it does not seem like we are in a limited war or a limited exchange of fire.
Let's bring in senior research scholar at Columbia University, Richard Nephew. Richard's also served as deputy special envoy for Iran during the Biden administration and was on the National Security Council during the Obama administration. Richard, from your estimation, where do you think this goes?
Look, I think the Israeli campaign still hasn't achieved its primary objectives of making it sure that Iran can't get nuclear weapons. And I think that there are a lot of additional facilities that would be required to be struck, some of which may not be accessible by Israeli munitions. And I think their strategy right now is to try and sap the will of the Iranian government to fight on, see whether or not they can get to some kind of prejudicial deal, and failing that, to bring the United States in so they can attack the facilities that Israel can't reach.
Why isn't the United States and the rest of the world, for that matter, more willing to help Israel achieve that target, which would be better for world peace?
Well, look, I think it comes down to what the scope of the conflict is. I think for a number of years, people have understood two things. One, that an attack on Iran wouldn't be simple, it wouldn't be easy, and it would take a lot of time. It also may not be able to achieve its objectives because of the significant advancements the Iranians have made in the nuclear program, how close they are to weapons, and the risk of potentially setting them off down that path. Iran was 5 to 6 days away from having enough material for its first nuclear weapons before this started. We're on day 4. That gives you a sense of what the clock might be potentially looking like. That doesn't mean that Israel is precipitating an Iranian weapons decision. The Iranians still have decisions to make, but it's a very clear risk. The second big risk is what the Iranians choose to do in the region. Iran has not yet targeted U.S. bases. They haven't targeted regional energy infrastructure. Those are all things that are part of the target set if the Iranians believe they're about to be defeated, or if they think they have to escalate to de-escalate and to convince the Israelis to back off, or other people to put pressure on the Israelis to get them to back off.
So you do think that it's more likely that if they face some sort of existential moment, that they'll act out rather than rush to the table, as this journal article, for example, suggests?
Look, I think the Iranians have demonstrated over time they're prepared to use a bunch of different tools all at once. So I think they would absolutely be prepared to seek negotiations and a ceasefire. I don't think that's because they would intend to surrender the nuclear program. Candidly, I think if they were to get additional time, that probably means it's more likely that they will try and push forward to at least get a lot closer to nuclear weapons to be able to increase the severity of their threat, in part to ensure negotiations are successful. But second, if negotiations buy them any time to catch their breath, that would also be an opportunity for them to continue to exert pressure through military means on the region. So the Iranians aren't done yet. I think that there's some talk about them being close to regime collapse and so forth. I think history suggests not. I think that the Iranian control of the state, their ability to exert internal force, also suggests not. It's always possible that something significant changes in Iran, but right now I think we should be expecting this conflict to last for a good long while.
Welcome back. Plenty to talk about with our next guest, a titan on Wall Street who's not shy when it comes to his concerns around tariffs, the national debt, and risks ahead for equities. Joining us this morning, Omega Family Office Chairman and CEO, Leon Cooperman. Lee, it's great to have you back. Appreciate the time this morning.
My pleasure.
A few weeks ago, you were on the tape saying that you felt the multiple seems far too high. I have a feeling that probably hasn't changed.
No, it's only a couple of weeks that gone by and the market is largely unchanged. I think the S&P is telling around 23 times earnings, 97th percentile of historical valuations. And when I look at the world that I see out there, it seems too confident. P's are a function of growth rates, inflation, and confidence. And I think confidence is too high relative to the environment. We have the Middle East uncertainty. We have the China-Taiwan uncertainty. We have the Russia-Ukraine uncertainty. We have tariffs, which I think are a poor idea. we have a policy of guns and butter, and I think that's going to lead to crowding out. So the stock market already is expensive relative to interest rates. I think interest rates are going to move up, which will create a bigger problem for the stock market. So, you know, I would say I'm not a big bear, but I'm not a big bull either. You know, I hearken back to my previous experience. I got my MBA from Columbia Business School on January 31st of 1967. I had a 6-month-old child, had no money in the bank, had a student loan to repay, had a new wife of 6 months duration. Maybe actually at that time I was married a couple of years. And I could not afford a vacation, so I went to work the next day at Goldman Sachs. And if you check the records, on February 1st of 1967, the Dow was roughly 1,000. In 1982, it was roughly 1,000. I think that's the environment we're looking at. And I think the action is going to be in individual stocks as opposed to the averages, which fits my view because the public has been piling into the market and they've been buying the S&P, which is a cap-weighted index. I think the unweighted indices and individual stock picking is going to maybe do better.
Right.
I think
are any of your picks, Lee, and you can feel free to mention them, is there a theme running through them or not?
It's very much bottom up. I mean, my favorite idea, for example, take symbolic of what I'm looking for. Fidelis Insurance, FIHL is a symbol. Stock's around 16 and a fraction. I think that the book value is around 31 and change. And the stock is, the book value is 21 and change. And so the stock is trading at a discount to book value. It's an insurance company, and I believe the insurance company should earn in this environment close to 20% in equity, which would imply something like $4 in earnings. And the stock is about 4 times earnings. And they're buying back stock. It sells at a big discount to book value. But other names we like, Apollo in the private equity area, Alice Energy Solutions and Energy, Mr. Cooper, which has been a great stock for us. We have a very large position there. It's been a great stock for us, but it's up a lot. And we still like it. We think they're doing a world-class merger. They're number one in mortgage servicing rights. And they're merging with Rocket Mortgage, number one in mortgage origination. So they got both ends of the market covered. Energy Transfer, well-run company, yielding about 8%, growing 10% earnings. KBR, I guess the conglomerate you say, Sunoco in the MLP area, Verizon, Vertiv. We find plenty of things to do, but I think the averages are going nowhere.
Lee, it's Sarah. You mentioned a few energy stocks there, and I know that you have a long history of investing in the energy complex. I'm curious what you make of the fact that now, oil prices are heading south despite the escalation between Israel and Iran, and just the sort of increasing numbness toward these geopolitical events in the Middle East. Does it make sense to you?
No, I think that, look, like I said, there's a high level of confidence in the system right now. So oil prices are down today, but they've been up over the last couple of weeks. And we own energy stocks that have a low cost of production and are paying us to be patient and wait. Tourmaline is the number one natural gas producer in Canada. And I think the outlook for natural gas is very positive. This is one example. Energy Transfer yields about 8%. Major pipeline company in America, in the world. You see big insider ownership and accumulation by Kelsey Warren, etc. So, we like energy, but we're very diversified, and we're just looking for value. And we find plenty of examples of value. My favorite idea in the non-equity area is Legato, but it's a very complex story. And I think the government should be ashamed of themselves the way they treated this company. They have close to 40 megahertz of 5G spectrum. They've been trying to get a license for a decade, and the government has falsely alleged spectrum interference argument. It's not the case. So, so you can buy their bonds at 30 cents in a dollar. I think they're worth par. So you get a triple in capital appreciation, plus you're going to get a coupon. It's currently 17.5% when they come out of bankruptcy. It'll drop to 8.4%. It's PIK, so you don't get cash interest.
With the help of zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips.
All right, we're going to go to Bloomberg here. They're talking about the G7. But before we do, please get this stack to help with your cardiovascular health and to boost up that immune system. Turmeric will bring down inflammation. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. And by bringing down inflammation, you're going to help with your immune system, and bringing down inflammation at the vascular level will help to prevent plaque buildup. Lignans, it's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or filtered water. And you get a small scooper here. Take 1 scoop a day. It's very important to take every day. And this is going to help to boost up that immune system and help with your endocrine system. It'll also soak up free radicals. And by bringing down that inflammation, you're also helping your cardiovascular health by reducing plaque buildup. And ashwagandha root helps to control cortisol levels by bringing down cortisol levels. If cortisol levels are elevated chronically, it's immunosuppressive. So you want to bring those down, and that will help to boost up that immune system. So ashwagandha root is going to help with the immune system. Ashwagandha root also helps to control blood glucose levels. Super important, because in the United States, too many people have high glucose count. So please go to my store, get the ashwagandha root, bring down that inflammation at the vascular level, and your overall systemic inflammation, bring that down. That's going to help with your immune system. Take it with the lignans and also with the turmeric. This is a great combo to bring down that inflammation, help with that cardiovascular health, and boost up that immune system. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you purchase $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Specific tariffs weren't supposed to be in those original negotiations on so-called Liberation Day.
No, indeed. And I think that is, given the court pushbacks on some of these tariffs that are based on the president's international emergency authorities that courts are deciding to rule against, the much stronger leg that the president and the administration has to rest on are these sectoral tariffs, whether it's on steel, whether it's on pharmaceuticals, or the automotive sector. And I think those are the kinds of things that are potentially much more disruptive to the global economy, because it's not just a single bilateral relationship that they're impacting, but pharmaceuticals, autos, steel. And I think that's the kind of thing that we're going to have to keep our eye on.
No communique is expected to come from this G7. That's how little we're getting along.
I think they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, that didn't go great in 2018, I guess.
It didn't go great in 2018. Communiques, I think, are important when you do have agreement, because it does help frame things. But they also tend to highlight the disagreement.
So is this the tree that fell on the woods, G7?
Well, it's a complicated G7, right? Because we were expecting to have some clarity on trade. If nothing else, there's still talk that there might be a bilateral deal with India or Japan announced, because the president will be meeting with both of those leaders. Yeah. But I think generally it is being tremendously overshadowed by the news of the day, by what's going on the ground in Iran, in Israel, the potential for talking about Russia, talking about China in this context. So I think it's going to be hard to write that single headline coming out of the G7 that we might all prefer to be able to do.
This is the world that we're in. Tyler, we've got an image of President Trump with the Chancellor of Germany. The meeting did happen. Chancellor Merz and the president. He's got a big smile. Looks like the meeting went pretty well. We'll see if anything comes of it, and if the market wants to care about that today. Great pleasure to have Christopher Smart with us in studio, our Growth Group.
Great to be with you.
Toast to Boston and everyone in my former town when you get back home. Great to have you here in the nation's capital. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall.
All right, let's play
one of the White House. Thank you.
Let's play
This is Bloomberg.
Fox Business here.
We're Phoenix Energy. And Montana.
Welcome back. Well, China's UN envoy condemning Israel's strikes on Iran, calling in an intensification, and claims concerns over what will come of Israel's actions. A new report from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute finds China has the fastest growing nuclear arsenal in the world. Beijing not commenting on the report. Meanwhile, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has thoughts over the conflict and which country is best suited to facilitate negotiations. Watch this.
Who is the voice in the world that can negotiate some type of agreement in this? Who holds the moral authority? Who holds the ability to do that? Because we are not seen as a neutral actor, and we maybe never were. Now I ask who that is. And I mean, consistently over and over again, we're going to have to face the reality. It might be the Chinese. And that goes against everything they say they're trying to do in terms of the balance of powers.
China has the moral authority to fix this conflict, according to Tim Walz. Joining me now is Gatestone Institute Senior Fellow Gordon Chang. Gordon, good to see you. Your reaction to this?
Well, you know, if you don't want to be called a communist, and Tim Walz says he's not one, then he shouldn't sound like a communist, because only a communist or a communist sympathizer would say that China has the moral authority. And by the way, China is not the neutral party, as Tim Walz said, because we know that China has been all in on Iran's side in this war. It's been providing everything but troops at the front. So Tim Walz is wrong about that. And if people want to wonder why he sounds like a communist, because he very well could be one.
Yeah, I mean, he spent so much time in China, and I wondered if, in fact, what happened overnight was evidence that we do see China and potentially Russia supporting Iran in this Israeli conflict. Is that what you believe?
Oh, well, certainly. Since October 7th, we have seen China's elevated commodity purchases of Iranian crude oil. China takes more than 90% of Iran's exports of that commodity. But we've also seen Chinese weapons go to Iran and to all three of Iran's main terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi militia. And also Iran's own weapons have Chinese components in them. There's diplomatic and propaganda support. So China has been fully behind Iran. And so when Tim Walz says that they might be seen as a neutral party, I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, he's entitled to his opinions, of course, but as Donald Rumsfeld told everyone, he's not entitled to his own facts.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it's propaganda. And you just wonder if, in fact, he actually believes that, or if he's being told that by his Chinese overlords. Or, I mean, what about how this relates to economic issue? The U.S. and China had a handshake agreement on trade last week. A new Reuters report finds that talks on key rare earth minerals exports are largely unresolved. Beijing has yet to commit to grant export clearance for some specialized minerals. And we reported last week that the Financial Times was reporting that China was basically, dominating corporate players, saying, we want to know exactly how these rare earth minerals will be used. They wanted information, surveillance. And now the Wall Street Journal is writing this morning that global trade with China is becoming a one-way street as Beijing becomes less interested in other countries' goods, beefing up its own domestic industries. China churning out less steel in May compared to the previous year as the industry responds to Beijing's demand to curb steel output, Gordon. How do you see the trade situation unfolding?
Well, there's going to be continuing conflict. We got to remember, we had a deal with China May 12th. The terms were announced. China's already violated that by withholding exports of rare earths. Now, they said that they have issued licenses to the big three car makers, but that's about it. And as you point out, these licenses are conditioned on the provision of an enormous amount of information. So, for instance, customer lists, operational data, workforce reports, all sorts of things which would not be considered appropriate for an export license. So China clearly is not complying. And at some point, President Trump is going to have to impose severe costs on Beijing for its failure to comply with the May 12th deal.
That's right. And, Liz Peek, jump in here, because I've been asking the question, how is it possible that the U.S. can focus on economic issues and do a handshake of a trade deal with communist China in the middle of this, Chinese nationals charged with conspiracy and smuggling in a dangerous biological pathogen to America, the consistent intellectual property theft, And then the USS Nimitz leaving the South China Sea this morning, heading west toward the Middle East. China's military holding joint air and sea patrols in the South China Sea, raising even more security concerns in the region, according to the Philippines. Liz.
Gordon, good morning. We have to make China have some pain in this trade negotiation. It's pretty clear that they're not going to abide by any kind of agreement. And so my question to you, we've talked a lot over the last couple of months about China's economic frailty, but where is it? I mean, there's a big piece in the Financial Times today about their auto industry, growth without profit, how they're eating each other alive. Is that happening in other sectors of the economy? I mean, can we actually expect this trade standstill eventually to actually undermine some of these industries in China?
Yes, well, you look at the car industry that you point out, BYD, which is the dominant EV maker, has problems paying its bills, and we are seeing about 100 other EV makers with severe problems. China in May suffered a 32nd month of the drop in the producer price index and the 4th straight month in the drop in the consumer price index, which means that China is now gripped by deflation. And deflation, as we all know, is an economy killer. And these reports, this price data is inconsistent with China's reports of robust GDP growth, 5.4% in Q1. These numbers are just not consistent. And they show us that the Chinese economy is fragile. And I believe it is now contracting. And it's going to get worse, especially if President Trump does what he has to do, which is to raise the tariffs on China to impose those costs for China failing to adhere to its May 12 promises.
Well, I mean, he might as well do it now while the economy there is weak, but it doesn't appear that the Communist Party is backing down. I mean, just the fact that the Financial Times last week reported that, China is demanding sensitive information for rare earth exports right days after, they were supposed to agree with the United States to actually send those rare earths. You mentioned that a moment ago, Gordon, but what about this activity in the South China Sea? Is China now trying to involve itself or get more belligerent in the face of this Israeli-Iran upset?
Yeah, I think that the most dangerous flashpoint in the world where there is not actually a war is the South China Sea, and is right off the Philippine shores, because China has been moving its vessels into that area and engaging in belligerent activity, including ramming Philippine ships, which it's been doing now for all of this year. Yes, Taiwan may be their primary target, but right now, the most belligerent activity is against the Philippines. We have a treaty to defend the Philippines, and so this brings us in as well. I afraid that one of these incidents that China provokes is going to spiral into conflict. And because Xi Jinping has configured the Chinese political system so that only the most hostile answers are considered acceptable, they can't back down, which means they can't deal reasonably with the international community, which means that if a war starts, another war starts, it's probably going to be in the South China Sea off Philippine shores.
I think that's one of the reasons that President Trump is trying to, bulk up the manufacturing sector in America, bring supply chains to America, because he recognizes this chessboard here, Gordon. And I wonder if ultimately the answer is we do need to decouple from the Chinese economy.
Yes, we certainly need.
When you can set up reliable Spectrum internet in minutes, you can feel at home in minutes.
And we start with this Fox News alert. Israel says it has eliminated 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials, including the IRGC's head of intelligence.
So this comes as Iranian missile strike, and strikes kill at least 8 and injure hundreds more as a rocket fire rained down on central and northern Israel overnight.
So Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Hey, guys, good morning. I do want to start with some breaking news. According to the Israeli military, Israeli fighter jets are currently striking a series of new targets inside Iran. This follows ballistic missile fire launched by the regime overnight at both central and northern Israel. 8 people were killed in those strikes, 5 impact areas. and significant damage caused to residential blocks. We were at one scene in the heart of Tel Aviv, speaking with a survivor from the attack. Take a listen.
When the missiles arrived, we were in the staircase in the building, and the shock was like so huge. I never saw even a piece of a rocket, and to see an explosion right in front of my face and my other face, crazy.
A ballistic missile has just slammed into a building in the center of Tel Aviv. Right now, first responders are trying to put out the flames in the distance. You can see right now there are a variety of paramedics on the scene, police officers and soldiers. And if you come over here, you'll see part of a collapsed building. They don't know if anyone is currently inside, but they are checking right now. 65 total missiles were fired at Israel overnight. The Israelis striking back, killing the head of Iran's intelligence agency and his deputy. The Israelis also say they've taken out 1/3 of the ballistic missile launchers. With that said, this country is bracing for intense days ahead, understanding that the Iranians still can launch large barrages into major population centers. Guys, back to you.
So what were the targets that they're looking for in Iran right now? I think it's kind of interesting that they go for oil and gas. They're going for that. What are they got the Quds Force. They killed a lot of higher ups, including the lead terrorist. So what are the other targets they're looking for now?
Yeah, in that opening barrage that the Israelis struck into Iran, they killed Hossein Salami, the top commander of the IRGC. This is the top general in all of Iran. He was killed. Nearly their entire Air Force array was killed in a single strike that targeted a meeting point outside the Iranian capital of Tehran. The Israelis have taken out nearly all of Iran's top nuclear scientists. They have killed intelligence heads, police chiefs. They are going after everyone they can in the Iranian capital of Tehran and also on the outskirts of the city. As for the targets, the Israelis have focused many of their strikes on Isfahan and the Natanz facility. These are two enrichment facilities in Iran that the Iranians were using to advance their nuclear program. They have not struck deep into the Fordow facility. Part of that could be because they don't have the munition needed to do so. The other part could be that they are not trying to ratchet up the final rung on an escalation ladder that could involve not only targeting Fordow, but also targeting the political leadership in Tehran.
Hey,
so they still have many options on the table, and Israeli officials say they are going to continue using those options.
Trey, Fordow, I have read that is a lot of the nuclear instruments are under the ground, deep under the ground. So they would need our bunker busters. They would need our B-2 bombers. Is America going to help with that? And if so, would that mean we're at war too? And is America helping to shoot down the ballistic missiles?
That's the question of the day, whether or not the Americans will get directly involved in striking Iran. At this point, it appears everything's on the table. The question, though, has to do with the Iranian response to all of this. We talked about this last hour, but it's very important. Iran has stopped short.
That's assuming that the Israelis aren't in the actual facility or hasn't compromised some of the researchers there to blow up the facility. I mean, why do we automatically assume that there is no covert operation infiltration already in the nuclear facilities by the Israelis?
Of firing on American embassies or bases in the region. That would be a nightmare scenario for the Iranians, having the American Air Force over the skies of Iran, because the munition that the United States has is much more powerful, and it also has the ability to penetrate deep underground to hit some of those enrichment facilities and also the facilities that are used for Iran's advanced nuclear program. So when we step back without getting too deep into the weeds, Iran is currently enriching uranium at 60% purity. This is very close to weapons-grade material, and it makes the breakout time for a nuclear weapon a matter of weeks. And that is one of 3 reasons the Israelis said they launched this operation. Overnight, we saw a lot of American assets headed toward the Middle East, and it's an indication that President Trump wants to have the option on the table if he decides to launch strikes directly into Iran. At this point, we don't have any reporting that indicates the Americans will do so. The Iranians, again, have not targeted key U.S. interests in the region. But last night, as you saw that ballistic missile attack here in the heart of Tel Aviv, just blocks away, we're talking about a 5-minute walk, is the U.S. Embassy branch. And according to the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, that branch was slightly damaged in the attack.
So, Trey, maybe you can weigh in on this breaking news. This is from the Times of Israel, trying to get this footage for our network so we can air this. This is coming from Israel. They have footage of this latest strike that they just released. It's the trucks in Tehran carrying weapons. And this is what they're saying. The Israeli Air Force identified several trucks carrying surface-to-air missile launchers and other weapons moving from West Iran to Tehran in an attempt to escape the IDF strike. The military is saying that. What do you know about these trucks that were carrying these weapons?
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's.
It's not surprising at all, and I've seen a lot of this video overnight talking with Israeli military sources who sent it to Fox News, and you can actually see the drones overhead that are being used to spot for the aircraft. Most of the videos, it comes out in black and white, but you see the strikes. They're not only going after the air defense systems around the capital of Tehran and other cities, and over the weekend we reported at least 40 of them have been taken out. That information came directly to Fox from a senior Israeli intelligence official. But they're also targeting the ballistic missile launchers. The IDF says they've taken out 1/3 of these launchers. So it doesn't completely mitigate the threat, but it is one step forward in trying to stop some of this incoming ballistic missile fire toward major population centers here.
Right. I guess the whole thing would be now, what does Iran do next? They've lost their brain trust, their military minds, their terroristic leader, their special operationalists. They've lost at least 10 leading scientists. The Grand Ayatollah is only alive because the Supreme Leader, because Trump told Netanyahu not to kill him. So you have to wonder what Tehran would be thinking right now. If they desperate enough to hit us? Are they desperate enough to try to shut down this Strait of Hormuz? Do they have the firepower left to do that?
It's hard to get into the minds of these leaders, and I've thought about this a lot over the past 2 years. From the October 7th attack on a fall day in 2023, we saw Iranian proxies in the region involved in the fight. There were incoming missiles coming from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. The Houthis in Yemen were firing ballistic missiles at cities like Tel Aviv. Hamas and Islamic Jihad inside Gaza were launching rockets, and of course that invasion on the 7th. And you have to think, what's the calculation here? Do they believe that they can win in this war? Israeli officials are very clear. They're willing to continue this campaign so that they don't have to deal with the same issue 2 years down the road.
Yep.
As for the Iranians, they are facing increased domestic political pressure because the Iranian people are saying, look, what's the point in all of this? There are strikes across our country, and ultimately the Iranians can kill, let's say, 24 people, and that's the exact number actually since this began on Friday night, but they're not going to destroy Israel. They're not going to take out the Jewish state. And the one key factor here is the proxy. The proxies of Iran no longer exist at the capacity that they did on October 6th. The Israelis have taken out Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah in the Lebanese capital of Beirut in the Dakhia neighborhood. They have decimated the Houthis in Yemen, striking their key port. And also the Americans have been involved in striking the Houthis there. They have largely decapitated Hamas and Islamic Jihad, killing not only their top leader, Yahya Sinwar from the military branch, but also Ismail Haniyeh in the capital of Tehran when he was there to attend a military parade for the new president, Masoud Pezeshkian. So the Iranians no longer have the capability to tell their proxies, fire on Israel. The only two pieces of leverage that they have are their ballistic missile program that we know the Israelis are taking out in real time, and their nuclear program that Israel continues to target. And if they threaten to advance toward a nuclear weapon that ultimately could be used against Israel with what's left of their program, it's almost certain, according to officials here, that U.S. planes will be involved. And so that's the big question as we look forward here. Will the Iranians threaten to try to advance what's left of their program? Today, we saw a statement from the IAEA over that concern because Iranian officials said, we are no longer going to adhere to the agreement. And so this leads to the question, what comes next in the region? And Israel, like I said, is bracing for days of more ballistic missile fire, but Iran is running out of options and levers to pull.
Suicide mission.
Thank you so much.
What a great perspective.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is a cofactor for gene expression, so very important for your cells. Vitamin D3 also helps to absorb calcium. D3 helps to get cells to go into apoptosis. So it's something that you should be taking every day. It has higher efficacy if you take it with magnesium. So get magnesium in your diet and through supplementation. You can get that on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And D3 stacks really well with vitamin K2 and K7. Now, vitamin K2 is important in absorbing calcium, but it also, when you stack it with D3, you're helping your vascular system and you're helping with your bone density. Now, to improve your bone density, what you do is you take in calcium, take the D3 and the K2, make sure you take magnesium in your diet and your supplementation, and do resistance training. And when you're doing the resistance training, you're actually creating a microenvironment to signal to deposit bone matrix. And over time, you're going to have denser bone. Super important as part of an anti-aging protocol. Many people that get into their geriatric years have brittle bones. And the reason why is because they didn't do resistance training in their 40s, their 50s, and their 60s. So super important to improve your bone density. In addition, vitamin D3 and K2 taken together will help to pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque formation and also prevent further calcium depositing taking place. So it's really important for taking it as a cardiovascular stack. I have a longevity cardiovascular stack box. So take a look at that to supercharge your vascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure that you use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Now, if you're age 40 or older, you need to start taking care of your neural health. Now, ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. Ubiquinol is going to soak up free radicals, help the health of your mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy, more ATP, and ubiquinol protects neurons. In addition, NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels, help to repair DNA damage, and NAD+ helps to protect neurons. So stack them together and protect your neurons. Now, you can stack this also with C60, resveratrol, clarity factor. Those are great stacks to help with your neural health. Now, it's very important to also approach this in a holistic way, and that is proper diet and proper exercise. Make sure you filter your water, detoxify your body, stay away from processed foods, do the 4 modalities of exercise, resistance training, balancing, stretching, cardio, and learn new things. Exercise that brain. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another thing that's super important is make sure you get proper sleep every night.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Israel widens attacks against Iran as President Trump arrives at the G7. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power, as we follow the president north of the border and we follow headlines coming from the Middle East. We're going to get a live report from Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who's at the G7 in Canada. And we're going to bring you an important conversation coming up with Ron Dermer, Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former ambassador to the U.S., with analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. As we welcome our global television and radio audiences to the conversation, we steer you first to New York, world headquarters, and Charlie Pellet with his view on Wall Street. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. We do have stocks trading higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. President Trump says Iran wants to talk about de-escalating the conflict with Israel, even as the two sides exchange deadly fire for a fourth consecutive day. We do have relative calm returning to global markets, stocks climbing, oil sinking alongside gold. The S&P now at 6,033 after Friday's swoon, up 56 points, a gain of 1%. The Dow up 354. Up 0.8%. NASDAQ up 282. That's a gain of 1.5%. The 10-year 4.42% with the 2-year currently yielding 3.95%. Spot gold is down $32 the ounce, 3,400 even on the precious metal, down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude lower as well, down 1.5%, 71.88 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, down 1.5%, 73.10 on Brent crude, and Bitcoin, meanwhile, up almost 3% right now at 107,830 on Bitcoin. Airbus has kicked off the Paris Air Show with orders from Saudi Arabian customers valued at as much as $17 billion and a major purchase from Poland, building an early lead over Boeing, which scaled back its presence at the event following a crash involving one of its jets in India last week. ADRs of Airbus, they're up now by 1.3%. Boeing shares, meanwhile, higher as well. Boeing up now by 1.2%. President Trump is launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service and will rely on wireless networks and hardware that is made in America. AT&T shares, they're down 1% right now. We've got Verizon down 1.4%. T-Mobile shares, they're up by 0.7%. Sarepta Therapeutics plummeting after reporting a second patient died of acute liver failure while being treated with its gene therapy Aletasis for a rare muscle disorder. The death of the 15-year-old boy comes only 3 months after another teenager who received the one-time treatment died. Both cases occurred in people with Duchenne muscular dystrophy who are unable to walk. Sarepta Therapeutic shares right now, they are trading lower. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet taking us around the horn on Wall Street. Thank you for being with us here on Balance of Power, live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Indeed, it's good to see you on Bloomberg TV and radio as we follow President Trump north of the border to the G7 in Canada, commenting earlier that Iran wants to talk. This, of course, following reports that Iran was looking for off-ramps following a brutal weekend of missile attacks by Israel. Of course, that went back and forth with a series of rounds. The president speaking earlier as he appeared with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, as you heard here on Bloomberg. Listen.
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war.
Not winning this war. Asked about reports Iran wants to work toward a resolution, President Trump responding, they'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. This following a report from the Wall Street Journal saying as much, that Iran was signaling through intermediaries that it hoped to return to the negotiating table. This is where we start our conversation, I'm glad to say, with Ron Dermer. Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., is with us live right now on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you with us, sir, and appreciate your time today. Can you confirm that these reports are true? Have you heard outreach from Iran?
Well, there's some reports, and then the Iranians denied it, and then they may be passing messages through interlocutors to the United States. I mean, you never know with the Iranians what they're actually doing, but what I can tell you is what's happening in the battle is they're losing. As the president said, I think he was very diplomatic, and he said, Iran is not winning this war. They're losing this war because Israel's determined to remove two existential threats to our country. I mean, remember, Iran is a country that openly calls and actively works to destroy Israel. And they're on a path to building nuclear weapons, and we want to remove that threat. We want to remove the ballistic threat. I'm sorry?
No, understood. So then, is it too late, is my question. Do you need to see the destruction of Iran's nuclear program, its nuclear facilities, before you ever consider going back to the table?
Well, let's remember what happened a couple months ago. The president talked about a 60-day timeline. I was with the prime minister when he went to Washington, and the president told the prime minister, look, he wants to give Iran a last chance to see if we can reach a deal. But what were the outlines of that deal is that Iran was going to have to dismantle its military nuclear capability. That's what was put on the table. And the president has been very clear about this from the beginning, not just the beginning of his presidency. He's been saying this for years. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. And he's been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment capability, which is how you get the fuel for nuclear weapons. So then you don't have to really trust whether Iran has it or not. If they have no fuel for the car, then it's not a problem. And he gave it time, several weeks. His special envoy, Steve Witkoff, had several rounds of discussions, about 5 rounds of discussions. We were in close contact with them throughout, and they were very clear of what was going to be their red lines in a deal. And unfortunately, Iran thought that they could string these talks on forever and that there wasn't going to be any deadline. And it was clear to us in the last few days that there was no chance that Iran was going to agree to it. Will Iran agree to something else? Now, I don't know. But remember, one of their sites has already been dismantled by us. That's the Natanz enrichment facility. And we're also basically taking out their missile production factories as well. So we're going to go about our operation to remove these 2 threats. Whether Iran will decide to meet with the United States and agree to terms that they should have taken a month ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago, that's up to Iran to decide.
Okay. All right. That's very important, Minister Dermer. I want to go a little bit further down that road with you because we heard from National Security Advisor Hanegbi, who said that Israel can tackle Fordo, the site Fordo deep underground alone. The conventional wisdom here is that you need of the U.S. to help with that by way of bunker busting bombs, the Moab included. Is the destruction, Minister, of Fordo the end game? And do you need U.S. help to do it?
I'm not going to get into operations, this or that operation. I hope by now people will not underestimate Israel's will and capability of doing something. It's doing some things when we start a military operation. You saw that with Hezbollah, with the beepers. You've seen what's happened in Gaza. You've seen what we've done as we're fighting this 7-front war. So I think it's safe to say that you shouldn't underestimate Israel's capability to deal with threats. What's important to understand, Joe, is that Israel started this operation to remove 2 threats to the very survival of Israel. We talked a little bit about the nuclear, but there's also the ballistic missile threat. Some of your viewers have probably seen those scenes from Israeli neighborhoods where you had a direct hit of a 1-ton missile. That's like a bus filled with explosives flying through the air and hitting a neighborhood. Now imagine a country the size of Israel, which is all the size of New Jersey, that Iran would fire 10,000 or 20,000 of these rockets. And they have plans to build 300 of these a month, 3,000 a year. You're going to have 10,000 every 3 years. This is not a threat that we can tolerate. So we've launched an operation to deal with both of those threats. And on day 4, I can tell you, we're ahead of schedule of where we wanted to be. And we're going to win this war with Iran. And so what happens afterwards, hopefully, will turn the whole region to peace. Remember, we were dealing with the Abraham Accords in the first term, and I'd like in the second term of President Trump to expand that circle of peace.
Well, before we go that far, Minister, how far are you ahead of schedule? How far has the Iranian nuclear program been set back?
Well, it's day 4. We've taken out their main scientists. Iran has the equivalent of the Manhattan Project, that effort to build a bomb by the United States before World War II that ultimately led to victory in Japan. So Iran has this Manhattan Project, and the main scientists were all taken out in the first few minutes of this operation. And we've taken out information that they need for nuclear weapons, and then facilities like the Natanz enrichment facility, which is their main enrichment facility. There's a conversion facility that converts the uranium to the stuff that you need in order to produce a bomb. That was taken out. I mean, we're setting them back. We're hitting centrifuge manufacturing facilities, and we have a clear plan over the next several days to degrade and destroy their capabilities to produce and set them back several years. And in that sense, we're ahead of where we thought we would be on day 4 of this war. But we're going to achieve what we set out to achieve.
Minister Dermer, there's a report that President Trump vetoed an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Is that true?
I'm not going to get into any private conversations with U.S. officials. What I can tell you is the U.S. has been tremendous in the support that it's given Israel from the beginning of this war on defense. They have helped us with the Aegis ships to knock down these flying buses full of TNT that were landing on our cities, or that tried to land, were launched at our cities, I should say. They were helpful in the THAAD anti-missile system that you have. You also have American pilots in the air knocking down drones that are being launched at us from Iran. So we are deeply, deeply appreciative of everything that President Trump and his administration has done in order to defend and protect Israel. I mean, we're doing the job on offense and defense as well, but we appreciate everything that they have done to come to the defense of Israel. It's deeply, deeply appreciated, not just by the Prime Minister of Israel and the government of Israel, by all the people of Israel. We've never had a better friend in the White House than President Trump, and our greatest ally in the world is the United States of America. And I think there's an understanding, frankly, Joe, in America, and not just Israel, that when we are fighting Iran, we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're fighting an enemy of the United States. I mean, these people lead millions, these leaders in Iran, the tyrants of Tehran, they lead millions of people in chance of death to America. So when we're taking them on, we are fighting your fight. And actually, our victory will also be an American victory. And I think it will help turn the region into a different direction. I think you're going to see that a lot of the Gulf states, and maybe they appear on your show, and maybe they'll be critical of that, and maybe they'll issue a pro forma condemnation. But believe me, in capitals throughout the Gulf and throughout the region, people who have lived under the shadow of Iran's campaign of carnage and chaos and terrorism throughout the region, they are rejoicing now. And my hope is that we're going to,
are you asking the U.S. to get involved offensively?
No, I think the United States is going to have to do whatever is it sees, and the president is ultimately the one that makes that decision. Whatever it sees, it's in America's interest. And I have full faith and confidence that the president will make that decision, whatever he believes is in the American national interest. But I think one thing you should keep your eye on, Joe, is what is happening within Iran. Our fight is not with the Iranian people. We have no problem in Israel with the Iranian people, and America should not have a problem with the Iranian people. They're actually a very pro-American population, probably second to Israel in the entire Middle East. It's the regime, and that regime subjugates them and also terrorizes all of its neighbors, including our Arab neighbors, while calling for Israel's destruction and ultimately for America's destruction. Remember, we're the little Satan, and they call you the great Satan. So pay attention to what is happening inside Iran when you see the fires starting to spark against the regime. And believe me, Joe, the thing that is most concerning for the leader of Iran is that his people will turn on him and his regime, because after nearly a half century of tyranny, they've had it. You saw them come to the streets in 2009. You saw them go to the streets in 2022, and they may actually go now. And he's very, very worried about that. So we're going to wage our war to achieve our goals, but keep your eye on what the people of Iran are doing.
We will, of course we will. You've made a number of references to what happens after this, Minister Dermer, and I'm curious to just extend that a little bit. Whether this conflict ends at the negotiating table or on the battlefield, however this happens, will it also bring an end to your war with Iranian proxies? Will it mean an end to fighting in Gaza?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question. A war was launched against us on October 7th by one of Iran's proxies, Hamas. And you see what we've done since then, when Iran basically opened many fronts against Israel. Hezbollah in the north, the Houthis in the south in Yemen, Shia militias in Iraq, various different Iranian proxies in Syria, and also directly from Iran itself. So we've been fighting this war, but look what we've done. We have crushed Hamas in Gaza, and we essentially have decapitated Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran was this very powerful and dangerous octopus with all of these arms. And what happened is those arms, those octopus arms, have turned into T-Rex arms now, and we have cut them down to size. Now, in the wake of this war, you say, well, how is it going to end diplomatically? Well, you know, Japan ended diplomatically too. You just had a surrender ceremony. What was it, the USS Missouri, where you signed some documents. Now, we're not looking to occupy Iran. We don't have a territorial conflict with them. I don't think the United States is interested in putting boots on the ground anywhere they don't have to in the Middle East. That's not the question. Right. The question is, in the wake of this war, can we then make it clear to Iran that they have to end their support for terror proxies? They have to give up these ballistic missiles that are in violation of international law, and that they have to end permanently any attempt for a military nuclear capability. They want a peaceful nuclear program. There are dozens of countries around the world that have nuclear reactors. They don't domestically enrich uranium, and they can do that. Those are the terms of what enable us, I think, to get to an end of the war and then to move on to the business of making peace and continuing where President Trump left off at the end of his first term when we made peace with 4 Arab states, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco. We should move that to other Gulf countries. And I think there'll be a lot of surprises that will come in the wake of this war when you're going to see actually peace deals start happening much faster than people think.
Okay. I want to ask you in our remaining moment, Minister, because it's important. We're seeing a lot of numbers here. I want to ask you about casualties and what's really happening on the ground. The National Emergency Service says at least 21 people identified as civilians have been killed in Iran's retaliatory strikes since Friday. Is that number still accurate?
I think that number now is up to 25. Unfortunately, I'm not certain. You know, when you fire these ballistic missiles into civilian areas, and they're doing it. Remember, we're targeting terrorists in Tehran. We have the power to simply, you know, carpet bomb whole cities. We don't do that. We're only targeting terrorists and trying to get the innocents in Tehran and elsewhere of Iran out of harm's way. We're telling people just today, we took out the National Broadcasting Service, which I'm telling the people of Iran, I think we're rejoicing over that, but we got people to evacuate all the areas around it. They're not telling us where they're going to fire. They want to kill as many people as possible, and they're slinging these huge flaming buses into downtown Tel Aviv. You see it on your television screens. So I think we're fortunate that the casualties have not been even more than 25, even though that it's a terrible a tragedy for each and every one of those families. But given what has been thrown at us and fired at us, I think it speaks to how the Israelis have acted under fire and what kind of resolve that they have. And they're running into their safe rooms, staying in the safe rooms, and acting with a great deal of discipline that our home front command is constantly encouraging them. Get into those safe rooms, because those are the places where it's really, really unlikely that they're going to be hurt. And we've seen terrible scenes of destruction, but unfortunately, fewer casualties than otherwise people would have expected.
We're glad that you could spend some time with us today, Minister, and we'd like to stay close with you as this all develops. Ron Dermer is Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. We thank you for your time. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. As we follow the bead to Canada, this is the backdrop for the G7 summit that's getting underway right now. The Open just took place. And Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern following President Trump to Banff, where she is right now. Meetings getting underway. In fact, we already brought you some images of the president with Prime Minister Carney. He also sat down with Germany's Chancellor Merz. Anne-Marie, it's great to have you with us here. You've had many conversations with Ron Dermer, and you can hear the passion in his voice today. How is this adding to the conversation in Canada?
Well, I think one thing is very clear when you hear from Ron Dermer is that the United States has been absolutely supporting Israel in its defense. Of course, a key question when we saw this attack originally take place is how much the United States know and how much support has the United States given Israel in the offense. At the moment, and the president said this over the weekend to ABC News, that they are not involved in it right now, but it would become, quote, possible to get involved. They have been very involved in terms of helping Israel strike down missiles and drones, but they have not yet joined in terms of the offense. And Joe, you asked an excellent point when it comes to Fordo, the nuclear facility that experts for years have said it would be very impossible for Israel to strike alone and actually hit that nuclear facility, given the fact how it's buried deep into the mountain. And we have already heard from the IAEA today that Fordo stands fine and has not been hit. But Ron Dermer didn't want to get into any of those specifics, but just coming back to the point that the U.S. has been a great support. Now, at the same time, the president was asked about these reports in the Wall Street Journal that Iran is using back channels, trying to get some Arab countries to convince President Trump to put some weight on Benjamin Netanyahu for a ceasefire. And the president said, yeah, the Iranians want to talk, The president also said something has been repeating for days, which is that he gave Iran months for a diplomatic off-ramp. He's talking about some 60 days, but actually, Joe, I reported in mid-March that that first letter went over to the Ayatollah, giving them a timeline to have talks, to have nuclear talks. We were supposed to see the 6th round of those nuclear talks with Steve Witkoff, his envoy in Oman yesterday. And obviously, Joe, those talks did not go through.
So what's going to come from this meeting then, Anne-Marie? We understand there won't even be as much as a communique. Bloomberg is writing about the extent to which Donald Trump loathes the G7. What's the point of getting everyone together?
Well, there won't be a communique, and I think that was a tactical, strategic plan from Mark Carney and his team, because they remember what happened to then Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in 2018 when Trump left the summit, didn't sign off on the communique. So what they're doing this time around is they're trying to find points that all of these leaders can actually agree upon and put statements about those issues. So think of critical minerals or AI. A key question is whether or not we could get a statement now that this has overshadowed the summit, if we could get some sort of statement from these leaders when it comes to Iran and Israel. So you will see specific statements, but it won't be an overreaching communique that you would normally see in a G7. We should also note that the president here, besides, of course, what is going on in the Middle East and this concern for the world about a wider regional war, they are going to obviously be discussing trade. He is in the midst of a trade war with not just Canada, and he talked about that at the top of his more than hour meeting with Mark Carney. He said, I have a tariff concept. Mark has something different. But trade is going to be really key. He bought USTR, Jamieson Greer, as well as the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Two individuals have been leading on these trade talks. So the European Union wants to make sure that they have these conversations on trade, as well as Mexico's president, who is preparing for her first one-on-one meeting with Donald Trump.
Great reporting, Anne-Marie Hordern, with us from Banff, a beautiful location to hopefully get people in a room to have some serious conversations. They'll be meeting in Kananaskis in Canada, and we'll let you know what comes from the G7 with the help of Anne-Marie and Bloomberg's David Gura, who was with us a bit earlier. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you came along. I can't wait to hear what the panel thinks about all of this. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are coming up with analysis from our political panel today. We want to check the markets first, though. Let's get to Charlie Pellet in World Headquarters in New York for some details on the Monday trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They're all advancing right now in the green. Relative calm returning to financial markets after Friday's massive sell-off. The S&P higher now by 57 at 6,034. That is a gain of just about 1%. We've got the Dow up 337, up by 0.8%. NASDAQ up 290, higher by 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index ripping higher by 1.5%. The 10-year 4.43%, and the 2-year ahead of the Wednesday Fed decision 3.96%. Gold now lower by $34 the ounce. That represents a drop of 1%, $33.97. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $71.81 for a barrel of WTI. President Trump is launching a Trump-branded mobile phone service that will rely on wireless networks and hardware that is, quote, made.
I don't think anyone's going to buy that. I wouldn't. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack here. This is going to help with your pancreas. This stack is going to help with detoxifying your body and help with your youthful gene expression. So let's talk about the pancreas. Once you turn at age 40, your pancreas doesn't perform as well. So you should be taking supplements that will help to digest foods. So I have a digestive enzyme complex that will help to digest carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins. Reduce the load on your pancreas so you can absorb those nutrients and lessen the load on your GI system. So get this digestive enzyme complex, take it every day. It also has bromelain in it, so it helps to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. And the proteolytic enzymes that are in here break up glycoproteins, and that's the reason why it was so important to take during the 2020 era. Now, resveratrol. Resveratrol helps to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. And by soaking up free radicals, you're helping the health of your mitochondria and boosting up those energy levels. In addition, resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression and it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. So take the resveratrol. And let's talk about detoxification. Detoxify your body with zeolite. Take 2 or 3 small drops underneath your tongue, swallow it with filtered water, and do that every day. What's going to happen is it's going to bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate that out in about 6 to 8 hours. Taking it every day is a great way to maintain your body and detoxify it. Another great idea is to go around your house and clean out your closets and your basement and your garage and get those chemicals out of your home. Or if you absolutely have to have those cleaning supplies or paints, make sure that they're double or triple layered. So you're not slowly breathing that stuff in. Because when you breathe that in, even at low concentrations throughout the year, it does disrupt your endocrine system and your immune system. So you want to clean out your house from the cleaning supplies that you don't need. And if you do need them, then make sure they're in a double and a triple layered system. Now, zeolite can also be used with a little bit more intensity. Some people prefer to do a heavy detox once or twice a year. To do that, take about 5 to 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle's done, do that once or twice a year. But I prefer to take the 3 drops underneath the tongue, drink the filtered water, and do that every day. So please go to my store, get the zeolite. It's very high quality. And like I said, a great stack. Detoxify your body with zeolite, help with the youthful gene expression with the resveratrol, and reduce the load on your pancreas and help to break up carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins by taking the digestive enzyme complex. So this is a great stack here. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I love the fact that Ron Dermer, former ambassador to the U.S., has said that we also want to include ballistic missiles in that. No more ballistic missiles being manufactured by Iran. And I wouldn't be surprised that even before the end of this current attack is over, that they'll start talking about no more drone manufacturing. And of course, that would help our friends in Ukraine immensely, because they are exporting terror by, basically selling their drones around the world to groups that want to put Americans and other democratic nations in harm's way.
All right, Jeannie, what do you think? Is it possible for the U.S. to walk this line, providing logistical support, essentially, and defensive support to the extent that we've seen American airmen in the air, men and women presumably in the air, knocking down ballistic missiles fired by Iran? There's reporting that the U.S. Nimitz is on its way now, another carrier group to the region. We've surged so much material. Is it possible that we could sleepwalk into something larger?
That's absolutely the fear, is that this escalates. And as things go in a conflict like this, as violent and as long as this goes, that the U.S. is somehow dragged in. And of course, yesterday, the president said that it is possible we could be active in this conflict. So I think that is still a possibility. It was such a fascinating conversation, Joe, because you could just feel the passion in the minister's voice as he talked about this incredibly difficult issue. And one of the things he raised was, hopefully, he said, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, after we are done, we live in a more peaceful Middle East. And, here to that, the question always is, what does the final day or the day after the final day look like on both sides? What is the end? And that is still not clear. we can see from all the reports that Iran is overgunned, outmaneuvered, outmatched. Israel has the upper hand. They have been decimated in Iran. The proxies have been decimated, but there is no certainty that they don't go underground after this is all over. And what happens after we regime change, which is what Israel has been talking about. If we see a regime change, hopefully that regime is more peaceful and more friendly to the United States, to Israel, and the Middle East. But that has not been what we've seen in history. So that is the big question I have. What does this look like when this finally comes to an end? And I know the president is saying Iran is talking about coming back to the table for talks. How do you have talks about a nuclear peace agreement when your nuclear capabilities have been decimated, if that's indeed what happens at the end of this? So I think there's a lot more questions here about the end and a lot fewer answers and understanding as to what that looks like and whether we are in fact actually living in a world that is more peaceful here and in the Middle East.
Rick, Ron Dermer said Israel has already dismantled the Natanz site. This is Iran's main nuclear enrichment facility, and we know that they had launched those attacks on Friday. There are questions, and I asked Minister Dermer about what happens to Fordo. This is the enrichment site that is hundreds and hundreds of feet beneath rock, and it is believed that Israel can't reach that far underground without the help of U.S. bunker busters, if they, in fact, can get there. Should we be trained on this site? Does Israel feel that it needs to close the deal in Fordo?
Well, I think that if they had the means, Moab's mother of all bombs, bunker busters, that I have no doubt that they would probably have targeted that site earlier on. But they know there are limitations. They have, fantastic precision guidance weapons, missiles. But when you bury something deep into a mountainside, it's trickier to get to. And maybe that is the sum and substance of ultimately a peace deal, is that inspectors get to go in and we make sure those centrifuges are dismantled and they're monitoring. And so rather than destroy it with offensive means, you get rid of it through the negotiation process. And yet, I think it's very clear from your interview with Ron Dermer that Israel will not stop hostilities till they get the deal they want. And he was not willing to describe what that deal looks like, but I'm pretty confident that the two existential threats that he described, of ballistic missiles and a nuclear program, have to go away in order for this fight to stop.
Are you surprised at the way this has unfolded, Jeannie? I've mentioned this a few times over the past couple of days. People our age grew up thinking that this would be the beginning of World War III, that this was the line you couldn't cross, to have Israel, in fact, go to war with Iran. But seeing Iran as crippled as it was going into this, with its missile defenses attacked repeatedly by Israel, it's changed the way we're looking at this entire dynamic. You've got a stock market today that's up hundreds of points, even as this takes place in the Middle East. Are we missing something here?
I think that is how we grew up, and it is a very scary proposition. This has been, Israel knew they had to go in now if they were going to go in at all, because of course Iran was weakened severely, as were the proxies. I think the concern again is that there is no guarantee that they stay weakened, and that is one of the scary aspects of this. There is this assumption that we take out this regime and what follows is much friendlier to the Middle East and to the United States. And that is not necessarily the case. Do they go underground like North Korea and build a bomb? They have the knowledge, they have the means, they have the capacity. So those are all very scary propositions. And we should also add, from a domestic standpoint, Donald Trump is finding himself in a domestic conundrum here on both this issue and immigration, similarly, where the MAGA right is standing up all weekend on these two issues and saying, you have abandoned your promise. So much so he came back and say, MAGA policy is whatever I say it is. But that is also a real threat to Donald Trump domestically.
Great conversation, as always, with Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. I appreciate your insights. Bloomberg Politics contributors for...
All we got to do is knock out Iran, topple the regime, and the secular part of the society is going to rise up and have democracy. And then it's the end of the story. And then we actually have real peace in the region. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the drops and the lozenges. Have them available in your house or at work. You never know when you need them. Use them during any season. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You can get 100 in each bag for the drops. You can get it in cherry, in blueberry, and also in honey and lemon. Get a few bags for your household. And once you have that irritation, take it right away, all right, and mitigate that problem. I also have elderberry zinc in stock. The lozenges are a little bit larger than the drops. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. It's very important. Once you have that irritation for whatever reason, take the drops, soothe that irritation, and by doing that, you're protecting that epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oropharynx. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the lozenges and the drops. Get a few bags for your household. Help support the work that I do. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. You spend $150 or more on an order, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, while Bloomberg is cycling on their commercial break, let's talk about the market right now. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,039. VIX is trading at 19.04. Euro is trading at 1.157. Oil is trading at 71.84. BITO is trading at 21.64. Japanese yen is trading at 144.38. And natural gas is trading at 3.7. So my observation so far with Bitcoin, with the BITO as the ETF to long it, it broke the 2148 resistance level. And now that resistance level has turned into a support level. So we have 2148 as a support level, and 22.5 is the next resistance level for BITO. Now with Boyle is the ETF for natural gas. That's trading at 55.47. Again, natural gas is trading at 3.7 for the futures market. So 55.47. 55.47. So it has broken the 55.28 resistance level. So now that it may turn into a support level, or if it drops down, it may turn into a resistance level again. It's just barely above. So that's battling it. So we need a little bit more time throughout the trading session to see if it establishes as a support level. So look at that 55.28 barrier for Boyle. For it to go up higher, it would mean that natural gas would have to go up more like 3.75, 3.78, something like that. So Boyle's just hovering above that level of 55.28. So watch for that.
9:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Some calm, relative calm, returning to U.S. financial markets after Friday's rout. We've got the S&P now up 61, back at 6,038, higher by 1%. The Dow up 381. A lot of green today, up 0.9%. The NASDAQ Composite Index now higher by 302 points, up 1.6%. And a broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 Index of small-cap shares up 1.3%. The 10-year ahead of a Fed decision Wednesday at 4.44%. The 2-year 3.96%. Gold down $39 the ounce, lower by 1.1%, $33.93. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, $71.89 a barrel on WTI. London-based Entain shares have jumped to the most in more than 3.5 years after the sports betting and gaming group upgraded its full-year revenue guidance for BetMGM. That is the U.S.-based joint venture it shares with MGM Resorts International. Shares of Entain in London up by 15.2%. MGM now higher by 8.6%. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Many thanks, Charlie, for your read on the markets. We do it every day with Charlie Pellet here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for joining us on Bloomberg TV, on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and on YouTube, where you can always find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. It is pretty remarkable. Stocks up, VIX down, oil down. Doesn't sound like a world in which we're on the precipice of a global conflict breaking out in the Middle East. Unless Charlie Pellet is whistling past the graveyard here, we have a pretty decent market on our hands after 4 days of attacks between Israel and Iran. I want to spend some time with Christine Aquino, who covers the markets for us, Bloomberg's managing editor for markets, live with us on Bloomberg. Christine, thanks so much for joining from New York. Why do investors seem so confident? Is it just a matter of one headline that Iran is looking for an off-ramp?
Well, Joe, you know, the history of markets is that they are notoriously bad at pricing geopolitical risk. And, you know, the same goes for what we're seeing now in this latest bout of the Middle East conflict. We did see that initial knee-jerk negative reaction on Friday when news of Israel's initial strike against Iran emerged. And, you know, since over the weekend, we have seen investors being willing to recalibrate their appetite for risk. And clearly that's leaning more toward the risk positive side of things. I mean, there's definitely the headline that Iran is potentially willing to de-escalate, helping sentiment a little bit. But more broadly, you know, there is still this very bullish sentiment in markets, particularly in stocks.
Well, I guess this can take on a life of its own, but what are you looking at? What sectors are powering this higher?
Well, Joe, you know, we're seeing the traditional sectors, semiconductors, definitely one of the sectors that are powering this rally. You're talking about your Magnificent Seven stocks, your big tech, and that tends to be what we see, you know, in during the times of a rebound in markets, all these mega cap stocks that tend to get battered when risk sentiment pulls back. They're the ones that lead a rally right out of the gate when we're starting the week on a more positive note like this. The other thing I would think to keep watch on is the dollar, because, you know, its relationship with risk aversion really has been shifting a lot. You know, gone are the days when the dollar is an ultimate gain or an automatic gain because of risk aversion. It seems like it's more responding to developments domestically, particularly as we have the Federal Reserve decision later this week.
Really interesting to see most of the big defense names coming back down to earth after the big rally we saw last week. Lockheed, Northrop, L3, all down 3% or more at this stage of the game, which we'll be following for you here. Christine, it's great to have you. We appreciate your read on the markets. Come see us again here on Balance of Power. Live from New York, Christine Aquino from our markets team. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we zero in a little bit more closely on energy and more specifically oil. We're, as I mentioned, looking at lower prices today. That goes for WTI and that goes for Brent. Down about 1.5% each, following a little bit of an uptick last week, a more severe uptick right at the outset of Israel's attack on Iran. We can't have this conversation without Bob McNally. I've been looking forward to doing this for a couple of days here to get his read, the founder and president, Rapidan Energy Group, former White House energy advisor in the George W. Bush administration. Bob, welcome back. It's great to see you. Should this market be more concerned?
Great to be with you, Joe.
You know, I think it should, but you know what? You have to cut it some slack. We have a pattern here where we've had scary geopolitical disruption events going back to September of 2019 when the Iranians hit the Saudi Abqaiq stabilization plant, most important oil facility in the world, had the biggest open in Sunday and for crude oil markets ever, but it didn't last. The Iranians chose to inflict light reversible damage. Russian invasion of Ukraine, crude prices spiked, ended up being a nothing burger. We've had the Houthis disrupt Bab al-Mandab hasn't roiled global oil markets. And Israel and Iran have come to blows twice last year and now, and we still see oil flowing through Hormuz and being produced. So it's understandable why the market would say, boy, you cried wolf. I've seen this movie before.
Call me back when something changes.
Yeah,
what if Iran does close the Strait of Hormuz? We keep hearing this. Is that the worst case scenario for the oil market?
It's right up there. In my view, the worst case is a damaging attack on the Abqaiq stabilization plant. There is no more important and valuable piece of real estate on planet Earth. One facility stabilizes and controls about 7 million barrels a day of Saudi production. The Iranians hit it once just so that they could. They didn't do damage. If they went back and destroyed that facility, Joe, we'd be in a depression. Oil would go to 150 in a week and then down to 20, and it would be really the end of the world as we know it. At 7% of world oil supply gone. Now, Strait of Hormuz is 18 million barrels a day, about 5 million barrels a day of product, 13 million barrels a day of crude. Not a lot of redirects. You can put a little bit out through Yanbu and the Red Sea and a little bit out through UAE, through Habshan, but basically you're losing 15, 14 million barrels a day. Our strategic stocks can't cover that. Even if they were full, they couldn't cover that. So yeah, that's right up there as the second worst, I would think.
Neither of these appear to be expected by this market. It gets back to the boy who cried wolf. To your point here, we had Ron Dermer on the program at the top of the hour, Minister for Strategic Affairs in Israel. And he's talking a tough game. They're not done. They're not near being done, according to Ron Dermer, who talked about not only eliminating the nuclear threat, but the ballistic missile threat. That's going to require a lot more sorties and could potentially change the nuances of this conflict. Short of the worst case scenarios you're mapping out, what else should we have our eyes on?
Well, Israel is a changed country after 10/7/23. And the plan was always Gaza, Lebanon, and then Iran. And we're into the Iran phase. And I think they're even hinting at regime destabilization, if not destruction. They're emptying Tehran, et cetera. So Israel is not going to stop until it achieves its objectives, very least neutralizing nuclear facilities, ballistic missiles, and possibly destabilizing that regime. And I don't believe President Trump is going to stop Israel from doing that. So I would think that Iran has to play the only card it has. It doesn't have military escalation dominance with us or with Israel. The only card Iran has is to threaten the thing that scares President Trump perhaps the most, and that is $5 gasoline here. And so whether
it could make that happen,
it can make that happen. This debate is out there. We shouldn't expect, if the United States were to become militarily engaged against Iran, or Iran were to try to close the straits, it wouldn't be like the first Gulf War or the second Gulf War, where the U.S. prevailed militarily in hours to days. No, it would not be a cakewalk. Look at the Houthis, who are inferior to Iran, yet they are keeping us is able to shut that strait for some period of time, a lot longer than the market thinks. So I think they may have to demonstrate that they're willing to do that, to get this crude price back up, to try to convince President Trump to rein in the Israelis. In a way, it's the only card they have.
Fascinating. You've been preparing for this moment probably for a long time as somebody in the oil space. What's different about Iran and its standing in the oil market, its importance and scale in the oil market now, than say back in the 1970s when an embargo had such an impact on our lives?
Yeah, back in the 1970s, especially the early 1970s, the United States was the Saudi Arabia, the swing producer, the spare capacity holder of oil. Going back a little earlier, late 1960s, Arab-Israeli war, Arab oil embargo didn't matter because the United States had a safe, ample buffer and spare. But as we went through the 1970s, that went over to OPEC, and the United States lost control. And here we are with a 100 million barrel a day market with maybe 3-4 million barrels a day of spare, and all of the spare is in the war zone in the Arabian Gulf.
Okay.
So we're in a pickle, and the world's in a pickle. And what I think people may not realize, in the 70s, the United States knew we were vulnerable because we were losing control. The imports were rising. What people may think now is because of shale oil, because the U.S. is a net oil exporter. I hear this all the time.
Yeah.
We don't need the Middle East.
Yes.
We don't need the oil. Yes, we do, because the price of oil is what we really care about, what our consumers and businesses and investors care about, the price you pay for it, not where it comes from.
That which is global.
And whether we're an importer or an exporter, whether we're big or small, if there's a disruption anywhere, prices go up everywhere.
In the meantime, Israel attacking Iranian energy sites means an energy crisis in Iran or beyond the region?
So it depends on what targets they attack.
Yeah.
So if they're attacking local oil terminals, like outside of Tehran, like they did,
as
or the
we've
South
seen.
Pars 14, Phase 14 gas
Saw
field,
that yesterday,
right?
yeah.
That's
What
a
is that?
problem for Iran.
Okay.
That's not a problem for Mr. and Mrs. America. That's not a problem for our Exxon station.
Israel
Right?
surely
These are-
knows this.
That's right. And so the Iranians hit the Haifa refinery. These are hitting domestic facilities in Iran and Israel. It's concerning because they're spreading beyond military targets. However, it hasn't yet hit flows or production that matter for the world. And that's why crude is off today, and folks are not so much worried.
Isn't that something? This is all remarkable to hear about. As I think about your answer on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, we talked to the Energy Secretary last week. Chris Wright said it would take years. We've heard this constantly from the administration. First, we have to repair the caverns, and then we can start bidding. It's going to be a years-long process. But Bob, it sounds like we don't have years. Based on what you just said, we might need that oil.
Yeah, you know, sometimes our biggest mistakes are bipartisan. And Congress, in its wisdom, both parties, starting about 5-10 years ago, started selling off the SPR just because we thought we didn't need it. And then President Biden sold about 180 million barrels, you know, when there was no emergency with Russia. We didn't lose any Russian oil. Had we lost Russian oil, would have been a reason there wasn't. So here we are. Half of the reserve is full. Secretary's right. Right is right. We'd have to be slow to refill it. I was working for President Bush, and we did it through a royalty in kind program, and it took us years to get back to the tippy top.
So you've already done this.
I've done it. I was there in the White House after 9/11. I've tried. I was there for the Second Gulf War. We thought through the type of barrel flow and contingency planning, where are inventories, where's spare capacity, and the math gets pretty grim if we lose the Strait of Hormuz or Abqaiq, with or without an SPR.
If that happened, you'd have to release what was left in there now?
They would. I think we'd organize a release between us, and then the Japanese and the Germans hold most of the other stocks.
I see.
But we're talking about maybe 2 to 3 million barrels a day of flow. Hormuz is 18 total, maybe some redirects. We're losing 15.
Wow,
So 15 is a lot more than 3.
Fascinating. It comes down to barrels, as you always say.
It comes down to barrels. And there's an iron law of economics. You can't consume what you can't produce.
Oh, true.
And the price is like the police officer that enforces that rule. And if you lose 15 and you only can grab 13 from SPR, and you can't produce more in a hurry, we've got to consume that much less. And the price will do that by going up.
What does this mean for the big oil names, Exxon, Chevron, and so forth? Their stocks are hardly moving.
And I understand that. This is not a good thing for them. We've seen wars in the Arabian Gulf lead to oil price spikes, but what comes after that? Recessions, demand downturns, and price drops. This is not a good thing if you're an oil company or an oil producer.
Yeah.
Now, what would be interesting is if there is regime change in Iran and you could get private companies operating in that country with the world's second, third largest oil reserves, gas reserves, third largest oil reserves. So there's a lot of oil there. And if Iran were to have regime change, peace and stability would be strengthened. So it's, but for the oil companies though, these momentary spikes are dangerous.
Really interesting.
I think it's the same thing for OPEC countries as well.
Having listened to Bob McNally for a couple of minutes here, you're not terribly worried yet. But things could change very quickly. Is that a fair assessment?
You're right. I'm not terribly worried, but I'm more worried than we are today. Here we are in the markets. I would not be buying this sell-off here.
Okay.
I think we're going to be going higher before we go lower. I think this is not over yet.
Fascinating, as always. Bob McNally, Rapidan, great conversation. I'm so glad that you come in. It's always great to have you here in the nation's capital. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington.
I think what's going to happen is oil is going to slowly drift down, get below the 68.50 support level, and then trade between 65 and 68.50. It's not going to happen this week, but within a couple weeks or so, I think that's what's going to happen. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body. It brings down inflammation, and also it soaks up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. So by bringing down that inflammation, that's really important for your vascular system, because by reducing inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. When you're bringing down inflammation systemically, you're helping your immune system. And when you're bringing down inflammation at the neural level, you are helping those neurons and the health of the myelin sheath. And when you're reducing inflammation in your joints, you're reducing problems like arthritis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. Gladiator barley will also help to build muscle. Boomer Boost is a 68 nutrient powder. You take it every day. You take it either for your breakfast or for your lunch. Take it once a day. Go on my store and take a look at the label. It has a very comprehensive powder compound, and it targets multiple systems. It targets brain function, targets your heart, targets your vascular system, your musculature. It helps you to build strength, and it brings up your energy levels and revs up your metabolism. When you do this, you take this on a regular basis, what you're going to notice is you're starting to lose weight safely. You're going to have a steady level of energy throughout the day, no spiking. You're going to be able to concentrate. You're not going to have brain fog. You're going to be able to be sleeping better. So you're going to be well rested. And in addition, you're going to slow down the aging process and help with your immune system over time. This is a very powerful supplement that you should have in your health protocol. All right. Now, what I have in my core protocol is Max 35, Max 14, or Cleanse. You take that once a day, teaspoon a day. The second pillar is C60, which soaks up free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to help with your immune system and your vascular system. And Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up the metabolism. When you are reducing inflammation, reducing free radicals, increasing your ATP, improving your mitochondrial health, you are slowing down the aging process. And if you do that on a regular basis, you're going to see huge benefits in your health. But it's not just the proper supplementation, it's also proper sleep, exercise, eating properly, making sure that you stay away from processed foods, make sure you filter your water, learn new things. Mindfulness or spirituality will help calm down the central nervous system. Working out with the 4 modalities, cardio, resistance training, balancing, and stretching. These are all very important. And by doing this in a holistic fashion with the proper supplementation, you are going to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, C60, like I said, is the second pillar of the core protocol. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper to get the higher ounce configuration because it's cheaper per ounce. And take a teaspoon a day, every day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. And what that will do is it'll soak up free radicals. help boost up the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more ATP. The cells are going to perform better. Your tissues are going to perform better. Your organ systems are going to perform better. Your immune system and your glands and your endocrine system, even your neurons, will perform better. Soaking up free radicals at the neural level will reduce stress on the neuron. That means the health of the myelin sheath will be maintained. Reducing stress at the neural level is going to allow for that neuron to produce those neurotransmitters, allow for positive neuroplasticity. Those are all very important. And by improving the mitochondrial health in the neuron, you're going to have more ATP to produce those neurotransmitters and to release them, so you have that electrical signaling that's taking place for your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. If you work out, take it before your workout so you can soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you'll notice that you are recovering quicker. By taking this, also will help to soak up the free radicals in your bloodstream. And by soaking up free radicals in the bloodstream, you're reducing oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL is the beginnings of plaque formation. So you're mitigating that. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the MCT coconut oil, the avocado oil, or the extra virgin olive oil. C60 needs to be in an oil for proper absorption. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. That's the end of my transmission. We've been broadcasting for over 5 hours and 15 minutes or so on Rumble. So thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. For the ones that were watching on YouTube and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, thank you very much. We will do this again tomorrow and talk about the markets. But we are living in tumultuous times. But you don't worry. You just stay calm and just work the problem through. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.